Hey, my dear. Thank you for popping in. I look forward to talking with you about this game later, Anne. I figure after the game itself is finished up, we'll take a little bit of time to talk about it after. Thank you for the follow, too. I appreciate you. Gonna get started proper in about 5 minutes, 8:05 Eastern, to let folks trickle in. This isn't the kind of game that you can come into partway in and understand what's going on. Oh, was my audio being funny? Sorry about that. Oh, okay. give it another minute or so, talk a little bit about what we're going to be playing, and then get started. I suppose now is as good a time as any. So, we are going to be playing Mouthwashing tonight. Part of why I'd wanted to play this is because, do you ever come across a game or another type of media that after experiencing it, it sort of reverberates through you like a struck bell? This was that for me. It's not even... I made the joke about the game living in my head rent-free. And to be frank, it's not just living in my head rent-free, it is sleeping in my bed and chewing a hole in my head. This game is deceptive in some ways. By that I mean a lot of players see a short horror game and go, oh great, perfect short horror game to stream. The problem, and part of why I want to play this myself, to stream it specifically, is that it's a problem with media literacy and reader comprehension. In short, a lot of folks are either watching someone stream this for the first time blind or are playing this for the first time blind and are not getting the full story as a result of a lack of media literacy. Part of that is due to the fact that a great deal of media nowadays, a lot of games, a lot of other like movies and such, are not complex. Too many things now either lack subtlety or lack some sort of ability. I'm not wording this correctly. What I'm trying to say is, as a society, at least in the US, we've gotten accustomed to media that either is not very deep or holds your hand through the entire thing. This has led to the atrophy of the mental muscles it takes to see beyond the surface level of media. And this is the fault partially of modern media. This is also partially the fault of school systems, to be frank, because this is not something that seems to be taught much anymore, or at least not to the degree it should be. So, part of what prompted me to play this in the first place was a comment I saw on a on a stream of this, stating that the game was confusing for the sake of being confusing. That is so far off the mark that it insulted me as a writer, to the point where it prompted me to buy and play this. And the way the fandom has reacted to a lot of things, frankly, as a woman, concerns me deeply. So, yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. I should have done this, let's see. So, oop. The one problem with this game, well, one of the problems with this game from a technical standpoint is you can't tab out of it without everything freezing. So, I'm gonna do my best to be as thorough as possible and discuss some of the themes and stuff on this as we go in after the fact. This is not a comprehensive thing. There's stuff I'm not gonna pick up on. There's stuff that I just don't know. So, yeah, I'll do my best. And if this is too loud or not loud enough in comparison to my voice, please let me know. Pony Express Long Haul Space Fader, Tolpar. Crew 5. Planned shipment duration 382 days. Elapsed transit time 147 days. I hope this hurts. Thanks, Anne. Zero days before the crash. An orbital body has been detected 21 AU ahead of the vessel. Please make a manual correction 1.4 degrees leftwards to avoid impact with unknown mass. Okay, limited with... Notice here, we have no choice. We can't steer left. Extreme warning. Direct collision course with orbital body 1.9 AU away. Engaging autopilot to recorrect vessel. Advise crew to take up emergency positions. 4,000 credits docked from crew pay package for failure of navigational staff. So AU is astronomical units. It's the estimated average distance from the Earth to the Sun. Okay. This is where it opens up for me a little bit. There's nothing else to be done. Maintenance log, signed by Swansea, looks like. I can't let anyone in. A length of nylon rope. Oop, not what I meant to do. And it's Anya's employee card. An emergency generator. Danger, Pony Express Protection Kit, TM. Use only in case of emergency, captain access only. Code scanner required. Take emergency key. So, one thing that I didn't know, the left seat in a cockpit is the captain's. Emergency key. Captain only. Emergency cockpit console override key. Use emergency key. And Disengage autopilot. Crash imminent. So Polly is the mascot. Anne, is the game audio audible? Because it's such an integral part of the game, I want folks to be able to hear it. Oh, hello, Polly. You'll note the crying of a baby in the background here. I knew that was coming, and it still spooked me. Two months after the crash. Anyone else would do the same thing. We ain't touching the damn cargo. The hold is locked down for a reason. The only thing worse than dying slowly is not getting paid. Okay, yeah, let me just go ahead and turn up the game audio then, because I think it's pretty vital. There we go. But it could be something useful. I think... Could be what? I don't know what accent I'm trying to do. Hopes, dreams, and marzipan? Ha! You don't have to. If it helps us survive, it's worth it. Man, Pony Express bosses really ain't chill at all, huh? Come on. A quick look won't hurt. How exactly is this group therapy committee planning on getting in there? Oh, right here, boss. You're looking at the meanest swing of the regional junior baseball team. Straight up nearly corked a kid once. I can take the utility axe and... You were goddamn bone fully corked. That's enough, Swansea. There has to be an in case of emergency way inside. If I remember correctly from the safety protocols, the doors should have an alternate access code. But it can only be uncovered using a code scanner device. And only the captain has access to the scanner. Of course. Go ahead and ask him all about it then. Maybe he'll sing you the blues too. We don't need him if we find the scanner, get the code, and open the hole. For better or for worse, I'm captain now. I'll figure it out. Right on! Acquire code scanner. So, welcome to the Tulpar post-crash. There's a lot to be shown here.
Polly says worst, but co-workers can make it better. Yay!
Cork it! They actually sell plushies of this guy for kids. So this is a motion activated statue.
Polly says, teamwork makes the dream work. Yay!
Polly says, "Rise and shine. Sleep is the best sleep is the best rest after a long day of work. Earn that rest. Don't overdo it or fall behind. Do not indulge in over 5 hours of rest." Yeah, this company, Pony Express, not what I would call a good company. Polly says, "Lend a hand. Teamwork is the soul of success." Actually, I should do a special voice for these. "When you have completed your tasks, always check on other tasks." HR complaints about poor team synergy may result in collective punishment. Polly says, "Giddy up, Galaxy. Punctual delivery is our pride and promise, no matter where you are. Late deliveries will be docked from personal credits." Polly says, "Don't be daft. Proper preparation prevents accidents. It is your responsibility to keep yourself and the crew safe. Medical expenses will be docked from personal credits." So, something that I don't think is talked about enough is that the Pony Express, which is the name of this company we're working for, was a real life company. I think at some point in the 1800s, they would hire a ton of people to ferry stuff across the U.S. in the age before telegraph or other easy ways to get packages. The death rate was huge, and it was only in service for like 18 months before it went under, because the telegraph system coast to coast across the US was implemented around the same time. So this is already our first indication that this is not a good company. Cute voice, Polly. So, good thing we had extra medical mattresses. The floor isn't that bad. So this is Daisuke's space. He's got a gaming magazine, a Game Boy, and a couple of little dumbbells for exercising. This, I think this is Jimmy's. It's not Swansea's because he doesn't sleep in this area. This is Anya's. So, empty cans, full cans. This isn't a lot. Look at all the Polly merch. And we've got Papa Polly's Delights, which is a recipes and such. I'll read through that more thoroughly later. Pork chop in a can. This is what functions as their kitchen. As you can see, only part of it is really accessible. Insulation foam that was automatically discharged when the hull was breached. Blocked off the compromised parts of the ship. And kept us alive. We'd be dead without this thing. Never thought I'd be thankful for Pony Express grub. This machine was empty even before the crash. Swansea saw to that. So, this game, which appears to be sorry, is thematic. The orange pieces are Swanseas, the pink pieces are Daisuke's. The green ones are Jimmy, the blue is, uh, Anya's. Clown Mania Gaming. Let's talk to the boy. Looks like it'll be soup again for dinner. You want a rock, paper, scissors for the chicken noodle? How much food do we have left? I'd say like 4 months-ish. Less than the remaining air supply, but we can make it last. In theory. We'll be starting to poke new holes in our belts pretty soon to pull that off. Man, my mom will straight up stuff me when I get back. I'll look like Swansea. We'll have a rad story to tell, though. They might even write articles about us. We could be on TV. Huh? It'll impress the ladies, too. Hell yeah! The real problem is us running out of toilet paper. Fatal stuff, man. We should leave that part out for the press. Has Swansea been like this towards you for your whole internship? That's just how he is, man. Didn't want a sped like me following him around for an entire year. This isn't really the internship experience anyone had in mind. Don't let him push you around too much. His bark is worse than his bite. He might be cranky, but he's a wizard of a mechanic. I was like, you rock! So this is what years and years and years and years of experience look like! I'm sure he appreciated that. Did you find the scanner thing yet? I'd ask Anya about it. She's been reading the safety manual like a Bible since the crash. And that's the end of Daisuke's dialogue. So... yeah. Alright, well let's go bother the others. One nice thing about this ship is it is basically a circle. Let's see. Medical, cockpit. Oh, medical's back there. Well, let's go bother Swansea. Entry strictly prohibited to unauthorized personnel. Captain has been equipped with a standard issue code scanner to unlock the door in case of emergency. Damage sustained to cargo will be deducted from crew pay. Unnecessary trespass into hold will be deducted from crew pay. Accidental door breach will be deducted from crew pay. Loss of code scanner will be deducted from crew pay. And that's the code thingy. Let's see. But yeah, 5 hours of sleep is not enough for anybody. Especially not when you're working, when you have what is functionally a skeleton crew. Were any of these new? No, I've already read them all. Hey, Swansea. Ain't ya supposed to be figuring out a great cargo robbery? Why are you standing out here? None of your goddamn business. Everything is my business now because of Curly. I don't want to keep having this conversation. Right, Capitano. I'm working. Blue-collar fools can't afford to stop working even when the machine does. Go figure. And before you start, I'm taking a break. Don't you worry, I ain't going over my break time allowance. Working on what? How does it look in there? It's a solid wall of foam. I'm trying to see if I can break it down enough to get something useful out. Any of my tools. But if I breach that foam and break the air seal, it's lights out for all of us. I ain't letting anyone else mess around in there. Even Daisuke? He's your intern. He's supposed to be helpful. You think I'm letting that knucklehead in here after the crash roughed it up? Our so-called nurse nearly skewered her leg when the vent hatch was open during maintenance. And that was before the crash. I warned her, but it's in one ear and out the other. Then there's that teeny bopper thinking only with his downstairs long nose. Just like my useless kids back home. So no, ain't letting anyone mess around in here. Alright, Swansea. Keep me updated. Oh, cat's on the keyboard. Say hi to Dorian CB for me. Huh? Still here? Don't look at me. This is all you and that rickety elbow of a woman. Get your ass to medical and figure it out with her. Okay, no more dialogue from Swansea. One mistake, or I wouldn't say mistake, just one oversight that a lot of other players have been doing is not talking to the characters multiple times. Because that is the thing. Okay, or is this medical? Nope, we are back to the lounge. And can't go this way, so let's see. Alright, medical is this way. I apologize in advance for the shitty accents, but I need some way to at least slightly differentiate these. Oh, here! It was right in front of you the whole time, Shara. A+, good job. So we've met 4 out of the 5 crew members. And here's the last. Hey, Curly. I'm gonna take a sec to look around before I do anything else. So, this is very interesting to me. Human... I'm having difficulty reading this because I can't really read sideways and it's also out of focus, but pipeline... This is all medical journals and books, basically. Up and down, the illusion of choice. This is a direct reference to the dev's previous game, How Fish Are Made. Doesn't get a signal anymore. Unfortunately, Anya and Swansea's playlist survived the crash. So, these being tipped over means they're probably empty, which, you know, tells us some stuff about the general supplies. These are all we have left. Take painkillers. This vent has been busted forever, at least according to Swansea. Probably beyond wrecked now. Danger. Hands off, idiots. Let's see, can I get a better look at these here? Intro to medicine, first year as a nurse, human anatomy, first aid on the frontier, another reference to like the original term for Pony Express, epidermology, intro to medicine. So this is all Anya's stuff that she's been studying. Calendar, thing about anxiety, thing about teamwork. We are here for you. And I hope I can come back into here when there's not as much foam. I forget if we can, because that little doodle up there is one of Daisuke's, and I really want to show it off. Oh. Oop. Thanks, Saribot. Hey, babe. He doesn't want to keep still anymore. What about the painkillers? It just hurts him so much. I can't stand the noise. You did make it through nursing school, right? Pony Express sure does know how to cut corners, if nothing else. I was thinking, we never went back into the cockpit after we dragged him out. It's almost entirely foamed up. Kind of a miracle Curly didn't end up fossilized. But it could still be unstable. I just think, well, it's the only place the code scanner could still be. Otherwise, we're shit out of luck. I'll take a look. I know you'll figure it out, Jimmy. You're so capable. Oh, and also, well, I was hoping that you could help me with the captain. Curly. Right, sorry. With Curly's medication? People have to be worth their titles. Don't you think, Nurse Anya? Yeah, forget I asked. I'll take care of it. Are you gonna feed Curly his meds? He really suffers without them. Yeah. His bandages are also looking wet. I know. We're out of fresh ones. And, our viewers, are you able to hear the music? Hey, Curly. Painkillers. 10 milligram oxycodone extended release capsules. The good stuff. Warning in advance for the sounds that are about to happen. Well, still, yeah? I don't like this any more than you do. You know what they say. Pain is how we know we're still living. Hey, Sandra, thank you for joining. I can't bear to listen. Excuse me, sorry! Sorry, Curly. But, yeah, he's not doing great. Give me a sec, Anya. I want to talk to Daisuke. Don't worry, I watch other play it, so it's not gonna get to me. I'm glad. It is very soft music, even I'm having trouble hearing it. Okay, no new dialogue from Daisuke. We don't have a whole lot of painkillers left. But you still want to keep... Why do you think he did it? Doesn't matter. What answer would make you feel better? I have to believe that our worst moments don't make us monsters, Jim. I have to. Even in his case. He tried to take us all down with him, Anya. The way I see it, there's 2 reasons to keep him alive at this point. Guess the important bit is that we all agreed to it. For one reason or another. I'm still feeling nauseous. I need a minute. Still hard to understand what happened in it? You mean in the game? That's fair. Well, let's go bother... Where was utility? It's all this direction. That's gonna be something I talk about at length. To be frank. Because it means a lot to me, this game. Still on my break. Bad back and all, yeah? Don't need no supervision, Captain. Okay, where's the signs? Oh, the cockpit's right here. This is probably gonna take me longer than most folks just because I'm kind of slow and I'm trying to be as thorough as possible. This pipe must have broken off during the crash. Oop, that's not what I meant to do. So this should be useful if the main power shuts down. So the generator's still here, and so is the rope. Yeah. Take code scanner. Open the cargo hold. I appreciate that, Sandra. I frankly have... this game won't get out of my head. I'm hoping playing it like this will be sort of an exorcism. Not an exorcism in as much as it'll let me be enough to function. Swansea hasn't let anyone in utility since the crash. Says it's filled with foam. Okay, where? I was looking for the cargo. Are we doing the right thing? Let it be medicine, food, or water. Okay, no new dialogue from Anya. The boys! What do you guys think we've been shipping? If it's spare parts, maybe we and Swansea can repair the ship and we can get out of here. Right, Swansea? Quit yapping. Well, get on with it. This is all you. I want it duly noted that I had no involvement in this. Lose your nerve, Jimbo? Come on, let's open it. This is so exciting. Alright. Right, tab is Captain only. Used to reveal access codes across the Topar. 4517. These little transitional sequences always make folks think the game is about to crash. 7 days before the crash. Are you listening? Yeah, I'm so sorry. Couldn't sleep again. But I passed the psyche eval? Well, you gave the same answers as last time. I do wish you'd open up a little more, Captain. These evaluations aren't just about you. As long as I'm fit to fly in your eyes, Anya. Oh, stop it. Guess that means I only have one more eval left to do. Jimmy? He acts as if I do these things for fun. Then I have to make a report with things like, I have found myself sexually excited at the sight of cartoon horses. Well, I could take it off your hands. Really? I've known him a long time. He won't try any bullshit with me. I suppose you are the captain. I am the captain. Thank you. What a relief. Oh, before I forget, Swansea asked me to give you this. They can't expect me to perform miracles. To do, and there's like a bunch of to-dos in the background here. Not sure what it means, but sounds like fun. Good luck, Captain! Talk to Jimmy and Swansea. Daisuke described his experience as an intern so far as awesome, super cool, and like totally awesome, like really awesome. Should I be worried? Okay, that's it for Anya. This is the first time we get to see most of the ship pre-crash, and it's really striking just how different it is. I've been bringing the same playlist along for years. When it's right, it's right. Implying here that the Curly, the character we're playing as now, has been here for quite a while, has been working at the same job. It's actually canonical that Curly has been a captain aboard the Topar or similar ships for at least a decade. Swansea and Daisuke have been fixing this broken vent for days. Best to stay away. I don't know why these are already out here. Oh yeah, we do get to see Yimpy. So Yimpy was initially a joke doodle by a member of the staff making this game, and they decided to put it in the game. It is a picture of Jimmy. Luck Eye with Yimpy for 10 seconds. I just got that as an achievement. I didn't know that existed. Um, but yeah, Yimpy is it's a doodle that Daisuke did of Jimmy. And most of these doodles are either Daisuke's or Anya's. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, pause. Anxiety. You are enough. All feelings are okay. You are valid. You are not alone. You will be alright. Not all thoughts are true. This feeling will pass. You are not a burden. This does not define you. Everyone loves clean. So, by the time we get to this calendar later, it's almost completely filled. Alright, bye, babe. Let it be noted I do not ship anybody in this game with anybody else. At all. Even a little bit. And this, in part due to the lighting, is one of the biggest changes with how it looks later on. Because this thingamajiggy changes a lot, this screen. But it's stuck on sunset after the crash. A trucker's kind of meals. Kind of fast, kind of cheap, kind of edible. This thing's been out of coffee for over a month. It's for the best. The caffeine keeps me up anyway. Reminder that everybody, including the captain, is only permitted 5 hours of sleep. So this, we can see some of the stuff has moved a little bit since the last time we saw it. Swansea is furthest along. Anya has a couple of pieces in the game, so does Jimmy. Daisuke's only just started. This game says a lot about the themes of the game in really subtle ways. Anya and Daisuke get really intense about game night. He's always insanely lucky, too. Drives her crazy. I love this idea that Anya is just sitting here like, damn it, I want to beat this kid.
Polly says, I love working on Tupor. It means I have a lot of friends. It also means I have responsibilities. Always remember to log your hours. Yay!
Yeah, kind of a crap sack employment opportunity aboard the Tulpar. Okay. So, I forget. Look at this Cooper's. So basically just Campbell's. I forget where it says it, but it is stated somewhere here that the water aboard the ship is not drinkable. Let's see. I wanna. The door to my quarters. I'm still on the clock though. So. It's unclear if this is all of the crew's quarters or if this is just the captain's quarters. No ship handshake. Yeah. Hey, Jimothy. And Pony Express said they didn't provide onboard entertainment. It feels like there's always something broken in that room. Tilt Bar's starting to show her age. Past inspection, right? Shouldn't be an issue. Plus, they added Daisuke last minute. Didn't account that there'd be 5 of us now. I really should have made a bigger stink about that. So there's only supposed to be 4 people aboard this freighter. You remember how they were talking about running out of food? This means that they have less food than even was planned for previously, which is no good. Maybe you should intervene. Or we could just close the door. Your call. It's the boys! So, remember, there's only 4 of these cryopods. Not 5. Not enough for everybody. Emergency cryogenic pods. They have about 20 years of backup power. So I wanted to go over what's over here because I think it shows a lot about the characters. So this is... Seems like Swansea is teaching Daisuke the basics. He's got a long way to go. So Daisuke came into this sort of last minute without anything. Without any previous tech stuff. Do not touch. Most of these little thingamajiggies are... Most of these sticky notes are Daisuke's doodles. I can't friggin' read it and it bothers me because I know these are notes from Daisuke to himself. Manage your colors. So it's basically Daisuke studying. He's working hard to try to figure this stuff out, but he's also kind of a brainlet. Calculus, theory of machines, higher earning mathematics, differential equations, calculus, vector mechanics. So yeah, it's all stuff that Swansea is working. Why are they even in the middle of space with Mouthwash? Good question. Also, hello, Cement Addict. But yeah, a lot of folks don't come over here to look at this stuff. So I just wanted to show it off. And, the pupper over there is hard to see, but that is the real doggo of one of the devs, and it's Swansea's dog. Canonically. Hello, folks. Well, I can see the issue. The kid was brought on board just to make me suffer. Intern my ass. I was just trying to fix the vent. How did that trigger the emergency foam? Because you're talented in all the wrong ways. I would have dealt with this, but only you can unlock the X case. Every goddamn thing has to go through you. I'll handle it. Hang in there, Daisuke. Hey, buddy. I think I got it. Yerg! Hang in there, yeah? Back in my day, we didn't have to go through a dog and pony show for every little thing. Might as well put our cutlery behind a lock. This is the music that seems to play when folks are being goofballs. Alright. $2609. Yeah, it is the pupper. Oh. 2609. Take X. Give X. Well, let me first. Standard issue utility X. Can't use this here. What is this game even about? I only know about weird burn do. So, careful. We are members of a shipping company. And the story is told non-chronologically. There's flashbacks and flash forwards. But basically, the ship crashes. And it keeps flashing back and forth between before the crash and after the crash. It's psychological horror. Ouch! Oof. Strong stuff, huh? Get it through your goddamn skull. That vent is strictly off limits. Fully fucking collapsed inside. You looking to get impaled, electrocuted, and cooked? Yeah, but like, you can't fit in there to fix it, right? So I can totally handle it. Captain, give me the axe. Swansea, this could have damaged the pods. You can't let something like this happen again. Yeah, I got it. Loud and clear. Keep the axe until you're cleaned this all up, yeah? Oh, kids. It's okay to be big, boss. My Gramps was super huge, and he lived until like 60. What are you standing around for? Clean this mess up. Ah, the beans. Those loose electrical wires are a hazard in itself. Especially with Daisuke around. But yeah, Cement Addict, you're gonna want to read the content warnings at the top of the screen, or that I put in a pinned content. They're all applicable. I take it Anya diagnosed you with being sane, then? Just off center, but it's what keeps me on my toes. I said I'd do yours. I want to hear all about these cartoon horses. Is that something you were born with, or a recent development? Alright, shut up. Let's go to the cockpit. Alright, which direction? Oh no, cockpit's right here. I forget, it's right next to utility. Jimmy I know and don't like. Yeah. But yeah. I probably should have read them out loud at the start of the thing, but to make a long story short, a lot of shit happens. And to be frank, some of the content warnings I provided are technically spoilers. But like shit am I gonna play a game like this and not warn my viewers. Kind of a long set of stairs. Can't be that bad. Alright. Uh, do what's best for you, Cement Addict. I'm just saying, there's some shit. And now we're at the end of Evangelion. So, is it just me, or is this in the shape of a horse? Like, these are the hind legs here? Tail, torso, head, and front legs curled up. How big is even is the ship? 2 kilometers? It's never clarified. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that this red thing is supposed to be a horse. Which, you know, fits with the theming. The ship is not that big. We're just having a surreal moment. One that makes a great deal more sense in after you've beaten the game. notice how we're just ignoring these warning signs? Yeah. I'm not an expert, but is that normal? Not quite. The truth of the matter is, this is not a very complicated story. That's part of why it's told out of sequence. To pad out the runtime a little bit and to mess with your understanding of the story that's being told. And then there's these moments where you are not a reliable narrator. Sup, Jim? You can't just make something up for this. It's not like these evals ever go anywhere when we get back. We'll power through it. Have you been able to complete your mandated tasks as co-pilot efficiently and to your fullest capacity? Ugh, let's see. I'll just put good for that one. That's all of them. Done and done. How are things otherwise? Off the record? I like it. We're in control here. Didn't think you'd ever take to being a freighter pilot as well as you have. What with how you struggled back on Earth. Sure. All I ever hear is how great of a leader you are. Honestly, it's kind of annoying. So what is it? How come it always seems like you're standing on the edge of a bridge with your feet in cement? Lately, I've just been thinking, is this enough? Should I just stay here because I've been successful at it? A good long-haul freighter captain. And that's bad? That's what I'm saying. It's not. But it's terrifying. I think, am I figured out? Is this all I'll ever be? Or do I take the risk and try something new? Even if I'm bad at it. I guess I get it. You reached the highest rung on this ladder, so now you're thinking you might be on the wrong ladder altogether. Still a long way down from the top, no matter how you look at it. While I'm still climbing and climbing. Something like that. But hey! You know I believe in you. Here, on Earth, doesn't matter. You should write that on the psyche eval. Message incoming. Oh no, the big guys themselves. Guess that's my cue. I'll see you later. Actually, I gotta turn on my little fans on my computer real quick. Whoop. Take news from corporate. After all the... And that's as much as we ever get to read of that letter. It's difficult to see, but that says take responsibility. Yes, it's a metaphor. Cement. Oh, that's right. It has to do... So this is interesting.
A business operating at a steady profit can give its workers security and employee benefits. Operating at a profit, a business can provide the employee with comfortable, colorful working...
Anne, are you able to hear what they're talking about?
high wages and steady employment. First aid and health protection. Accident and life insurance. Time off for vacation. The employee working for a profitable business can maintain a savings account. Own his own home Healthcare business operating at a steady profit can give its workers
So that's back on the loop. So this is just saying work for a company that has a steady profit and you'll get good things. This is a sun getting sucked into a black hole, which metaphorically makes a lot of horrifying sense after the fact.
Here, in fact, is the answer to a dream as old as man himself.
It's not very loud for me either, so this is a little cartoon about atoms.
That giant? In the atom, a particle so infinitely small that it takes over 100 billion atoms to make up the head of a pin. Just as other millions and quadrillions of atoms are the tiny building blocks which make up everything in the world. Ships, and shoes, and sealing wax, and cabbages and kings. Although no one has ever here, in fact, is the answer to a dream as old as man himself. A giant of limitless power.
So some of these are so almost everything we watch on this TV is real. Some of those cartoons are old, legit propaganda and stuff from back in the day. This is, and this, yeah. Something to bear in mind with this game. This is such a short game that nothing in this game is included without a reason. Every line of dialogue, every detail, everything. Even this is full of meaning. This is talking about a meatpacking plant. A snake oil salesman. Ism for labor. So this is actually also a real video. It was about 25 seconds long and is considered it's considered that it could be the first quote-unquote horror movie. It was made back when we were still figuring out the genre. Not even the genre. Film as a form of medium. But yes, this is also something that exists in real life. Dragon Breath presents a revolutionary new dental hygiene product. Brand new formula designed to kill bacteria and kill germs without leaving a bad taste. Dragon Breath X Mouthwash, all day fire fresh. Consult with your local dental hygiene specialist before, during, and after use of Dragon Breath X Mouthwash. Dragon Breath CEO will not accept responsibility for any damage, harm caused by use of the product. 2 months after the crash. This is mouthwash? Unbe-fucking-believable. There's gotta be an ocean of this stuff in here. This room looks freaking endless. This is what they have 5 people hauling for over a year. All of this. For mouthwash? The sugar content probably offsets any potential disinfectant. Disinfectant? What are you... Let me see that. 14% ethanol. I suppose we'll smell good at least. That's right, kiddo. You can bet your ass on that. What are you doing? Stop that. Woo-wee! Oh, shut up. I'm just an old codger taking care of his dental hygiene. You hear that? That's the sound of 15 years of sobriety popping like a cyst. A glorious, magnificent, red-hot cyst. Good riddance and cheers to Captain Curly. Here, here. Guess anyone could get seriously blasted off this stuff. Yeah, and kill you in the process. This can't be real. There's no way. Now we can go out in style. Dice Cake, come here. Anyone ever teach you how to drink like a man? It froze on you? I'm sorry. Break the news. I need to tell them. After all these years? Just like that? So we don't get to read what this actually says. But we're playing as Curly again. Is it still frozen, Anne? I need to tell them. Oh, I keep missing. Surprise! Surprise! Look at your face! Gotcha! Cheers. Oh, wow. What's the, occasion? We only get one communal birthday party per trip, right? So, we can have it whenever. Only one person can really be surprise birthday partied per trip. We did Swansea last haul, remember? No way! I can't believe I missed that! You were next on the list, so congratulations. Hate to say it, though. Your duties have to extend to even your own birthday party. You're the only one with clearance to make the cake. The recipe is there by the machine. Hop to it, Captain! Bake a cake. It froze during the TV surfing. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you need to use the code scanner. They're really getting a lot of mileage out of that thing, huh? You know how it is. Pony Express being either cheap or lazy. Usually both, no? You gonna use the Pony Express provided cake recipe? At least make it correctly. You should find the ingredients and recipe in the kitchen. Swansea really likes that cake. Don't tell anyone. The only joy I have left on this goddamn... What? What are you still standing around? Get to it! Wasn't there some scandal about the ingredients in the Pony Express food dispenser sacks? Actually, let's not think about it. Sorry for jumping you. This whole thing is corny. But you know, it's kind of a tradition now. I dare say I almost look forward to it. Nothing. Yeah, no, I agree. I hear they used to provide unrestricted amounts of sweetener and karaoke machines for halls. Things got violent. I want to take a look at the machine. Or at the game. Looks like the pieces haven't changed since the last time I looked at it pre-crash. Let's talk to the baby boy. Could you sneak an extra packet of sweetener in there? Just kidding. Maybe? Not totally kidding. Unless... I hope this cake is tasty. Swansea already ate all the candy bars from the vending machines. Didn't realize unlimited karaoke caused chaos. Apparently! So... Actually... Okay, let's read the, So the recipes we have here. Water ingredients: water, gelatin, sweetener, tonic, cake, drink, meat pie, bread, spaghetti, bolognese, carbonara, alfredo, lasagna, Polly's Delights. Nutritional pouches. Acquire the following ingredients from the Nutrition Pouch Dispenser. Water, 3142. A convenient and stylishly modern pasteurized water sack. Perfect for on-the-go while working hydration. Remember, do not ingest shower water. Reminder, do not ingest shower and sink water. Only designated sack water is safe for consumption. Acquire the following ingredients from the Nutrition Pouch Dispenser. Gelatin. Enriched flavor receptacle gel. Created by ingenious flavor kitchen artists for optimal mouthfeel. Chew before swallowing. Injected with necessary vitamins and other supplements for various biological sources. That's not concerning at all. Restricted item. Sweetener is restricted. Strictly captain access only. Sweetener to be used only for crew morale boosting activities. Celebration prohibited in case of mediocre performance. Bitter and zesty tonic water made to spice up the blend. Contains quinine. Drink in moderation to avoid health-related complications. Cake recipe. Pony Express standard multicultural and multi-occasional celebration cake mix recipe. A party in a bag. One set of ingredients provided per haul. Communal birthdays are encouraged. Delicious. So it's water and gelatin, then that with sweetener. Do not consume more than 2 slices. Pony Express is not liable for any personal injury or sickness resulting from failure to adhere to company guidelines. So, enjoy Party Express specialty mocktail drink. And we don't get to see the carbonara and other recipes. So, let's see. Let's, the cake. Water and gelatin. So, water, 3142. Wow, my culture is so represented in this multicultural cake. Okay, water, gelatin is 4213. The lumps, gelatin powder. The lumps are probably normal. Tastes like worm plastic, says the water packet. 2341. Let's see, it's water gelatin first. I already have the water packet. Oh, I'm dumb. And then just like that, take plain cake and a mockery of sugar and a half-finished birthday cake, safe for human consumption but lacks flavor. Well, it says safe for human consumption. Literally warned us against eating more than 2 slices. This really sad birthday cake. You gotta make a speech! Can't argue with that. Speech! 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 Go on. Hey. What's wrong? That's all it said in the report from management. We will receive the paycheck for this delivery. I don't know anything any more than that. Pony Express finally kicking the bucket, huh? What a joke. And where's the punchline? I don't have any savings. They can't just do this, right? Pony Express was one of the last man crew freighter operations. Companies. The ratten's been on the wall for a long time. When did they tell you? Earlier this week. I was instructed to wait until we were closer to the haul destination, but I can't keep something like this from you all. So I guess you got what you wanted, without the guilt. Jim, if I had known, I can go back to my, how'd you put it? Struggle of a life? Anya never got into medical school because she's, well, let's be real. And how many employment years once he got left in him? Daisuke will be fine. Mommy and Daddy have him covered. So there's that at least. Here we go, yep. But you. Headed for bigger and better, right? I'm just working on my life being a place I don't have to fucking escape. That's what I was trying to tell you, nothing more. We're the ones you're trying to escape. Leave the dirt behind now that your boots are clean. That's not what I meant. It is what you meant. You just couldn't frame it to yourself in a way that kept you as the hero. Abandon the crew, but remain a model captain. Unbelievable. What am I supposed to do? Let's have some fucking cake, Props to the Twilight crews of the Tulpar. Props to our captain and his new prospects. This giant-ass cake, or this giant-ass knife. A large kitchen knife. Regulations say I should keep it locked up behind the scanner. So this, first off, is a deranged way to cut cake. Second off, I have to, I gotta run my mouse along the entire length of my space to do this. Back and forth. Does this remind you of anything? Three months after the crash. He's still asleep. Check on Curly.
Polly says, another day in paradise. Yay!
So, stuff is slightly different this time. You can see there's the addition of empty mouthwash bottles, in addition to more empty food cans. Meatloaf and such. Tons of used mouthwash. They brought these in from the cargo. Hey baby boy, how you doing? Okay. So this sound we're hearing is Curly crying out in pain. Cockpit utility. So Swansea sleeps around here. He doesn't sleep with the rest of the crew. Cargo and medical. So we can, some of these are already half empty, which is kinda nuts. Given that we're at 3 months still, and it's not been long since we opened them. Actually, isn't the opening to Crud, I went the wrong way again. The opening to medical's up here. Oh, no, it's over here. Hey, bud. I don't know if he's been giving his medication yet. I'm sorry, bud. So something about his condition? All of his skin was burned off. This includes his lips and his eyelids. He can't shut his eyes. Just a handful left. Once these are out, we'll have nothing to keep him quiet. Notice how he said, keep him quiet? So, the others aren't... Let's see, how has this changed? This seems to be more or less the same as it was. Oh, it's Daisuke's employee card. Okay. So it's... If I remember correctly, the cockpit is... Can't get into utility, so the only place left to go is the cockpit. Hey guys. No, I understand completely. If that's how it has to be. Oh, it's you. Jimmy, not able to sleep either? It's night time. Why are you talking this late? Anya, are you crying? No, don't worry, I'm okay. We all need to keep it together. Oh, I'm keeping it together. Don't you worry, Captain. He's making noises again. Did you give him his meds before, Anya? No, it must have slipped my mind. I'm sorry, I'll do it. No, really, I'm perfectly okay. I said I'll do it. I wonder if they've even noticed that we're missing back at headquarters. It'd take a rescue ship so long to get here. Might be another freighter they could divert to try and find us. It's not inconceivable. I suppose you're right. I'm getting a lot of use out of that right now. Force a habit. Don't overthink it. Okay, no more dialogue for them, and Daisuke's still asleep. Alright. Also, one thing I want to mention is that we have been given, judging from previously, we have been giving Curly 10 milligrams of oxycodone, which is a powerful painkiller, but 10 milligrams isn't... That's a drop in the ocean compared to what he needs to not be in agony all the time. 10 milligrams is what they were giving me after I broke my leg. All of his skin's been burned off. Can I just say something? The fact that Anya has kept him alive for 3 months after the crash is nothing short of a miracle. Because this is not a fully furnished fucking medbay. This is... She basically has been working out of what amounts to not much more than a first aid kit. Somehow, despite all of that, despite the huge risk for infection in a person who has no skin left, Curly's still alive. This says a lot about Anya's abilities. I'm sorry, bud. Come on, stop with that noise. Damn it. I know what everyone is thinking. The way they look at me. What could I even say? And then, what would she do? Especially swallowed, not the most effective painkiller consumption. That's true. Also, another thing, something else I want to mention real quick is how are they keeping him fed and hydrated? Because I don't see any drips. I don't see any IVs. Another thing Anya would have had to deal with during this time, and I know maybe the devs didn't even think of this, but even a damaged body is still going to have bodily functions. He'd still have a bedpan she would have to deal with on the regular. In order for there to still be bandages on him this long after the fact, she would have had to be, like, basically disinfecting and reusing bandages. That's a shit ton of work. Just saying. Damn it. Here we are now. Me in the driver's seat. Thanks for that. Open up. I hope these make you feel fucking better. These next sounds are really upsetting. The first time I heard that, my jaw dropped. Because one of the first things I was ever taught by my parents is the kind of person you are is in part determined by how you treat the people around you, especially the people who don't have much power, like children or folks with disabilities, or even fucking waiters, people that are in some way below you on the power threshold. Jim just hit Curly multiple times. Curly can't protect himself. He can't even talk. Take responsibility. So these, although it's tricky to see, are mountains of mouthwash. This is the lounge again. And the poly machine has been destroyed. And so is the screen. And the pieces are in a disarray over here. We should have some. Why? It's mediocre at best, obviously. Sometimes you only get the subpar stuff. That's what makes the really good stuff, well, good, right? Why bother? Hey, we all tried to escape. Didn't work out for any of us. I've thought many times, is this what peace feels like? And is it good enough? If I'm being real, it certainly isn't the best. So all I can do is try and make my life one I'm not trying to run from all the time. Sometimes I'll be promoted, buy a house, fall in love. But other times I'll just have some awful fucking cake with my friend. Right now that sounds pretty brilliant, yeah? So if you'll do the honors. Right. Well, let me go find a knife. I can't even talk to Curly. Yeah. That. I thought what I was looking for was over here. Sorry about the flashing lights, my dears. As we can tell, this isn't quite reality. It's a version of what could be, I suppose. And here we find the only cutting implement, an axe. So not only do we have the eyes here, but the foam is gone. In whatever version of reality we're in, the cockpit's not foamed up. And of course, we're being watched. I see you. The way the music abruptly cuts out is so good. So I have no other choice. Four months after the crash. There's some more bottles here that are opened. Check on the crew. Let's see. Well, we're right next to utilities, so hey, baby boy. Oh. How many have you had? Those will kill you before anything else. I know. My mom found this internship for me. Such a slacker, she said. I don't know. I just never knew what I wanted to be. Or was good at anything. Total screw up. We're not done yet, Daisuke. I just hope she doesn't blame herself. Please, just take it. I don't want to look at this stuff anymore. Our sunshine boy has a lot more going on. I want to be alone, if that's okay. Sorry. Oh, baby boy, I'm sorry. That's utility. No, this is the lounge. Anything to do in the cockpit? Probably not, but I might as well look. So, unlike that other version of okay, so the generator's still here. And so is the rope. So yeah. So, it is canonical per some Q&As that Daisuke did not willingly join this internship. His mother forced him into it. He didn't want to go to space. Oh, thank you, Akatsura, for the follow. My name is Shara. Normally I do very chill stuff. This is out of the ordinary for me. Hey, Anya. Anya. Ah! Oh, you startled me. Sorry. No worries. You thinking about drinking that too? Honestly, yeah. It'd probably just make me feel sick. It wouldn't fix anything. As much as I'd like it to. Right. Hey, I was thinking... Did you know that not all of the medicine on board was in my office? We store some in the storage locker in the hallway. Why haven't you brought this up earlier? It was all foamed up. I didn't think it was possible to reach it. But I've been estimating the position of the foam. I think the medicine depot locker isn't too far to the mass of it. So we could try to break it down. One strike too many on a weak spot. We'll all get sucked into space. I think it's worth the risk. If nothing else, it's an excuse to get Swansea to hang over the axe. See the foam by the hallway to medical? You can kind of see the locker in there. So, by this point, someone, whether that's Jimmy or Swansea or someone else, has destroyed the Polly statue. What was that, Couldn't quite hear you, pal. Oh. This is where, yeah, as you can tell from by all of these bottles, this is where Swansea sits. Swansea's card. Hey, bud. He's been blasting this music all night. At least I think it's night. Hard to tell anymore. Jimbo! El Capitano, the man with a plan. You done? I need that. This old thing? This was entrusted to me by our previous, tragically inclined leader. Big responsibility. But you know all about that, huh? I'm going to try and get some more painkillers. Do something useful, you know? I heard all about it. You're looking to pull the plug on this party early. I'm trying to save us. Take matters into your own hands, huh? Be my guest. And suddenly, the ship looks a lot more like it did in that hallucination just now. Think I already feel the ship rumma-tumbling through space again. Back to the future. Take X. Okay, so the medical's... No, medical's out the other door. It's the hallway by medical, so... Here, yeah. Take isopropyl alcohol. No worries, Acer. Take painkillers. 500 milligrams paracetamol extended release capsules. Paracetamol is basically acetaminophen. That's headache meds. That's nothing close to the oxycodone we were already giving Curly, which in itself was already inadequate. Had a bad headache and was lying down. No worries, Acer. Do what you gotta do. I don't mind. It's fine. I'm just glad you made it at all, and if you have to dip out early because of a headache, please feel free to do so. Pure alcohol for medicinal use only. Potentially deadly to ingest. Yeah. Isopropyl alcohol is basically rubbing alcohol, and it can kill you. Spooky Watson on ya. Oh wow, Jim. You did it! Yeah, actually, it wasn't that hard once I figured it out. Amazing, really. Sure. I hate to ask you again, but... Could you give Curly his painkillers? It still just makes me so nauseous. You're not serious. Look, I've entertained your sentimentality up until now, but I'm trying to actually fix things, Anya. I'm getting us through this. It's find the code scanner, then figure out the door code, get the axe, chop up the phone, but not too much, and best of all, give Curly his fucking medicine. But I'm bearing it. I have to. Because the captain has to take fucking responsibility on this goddamn ship. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Go make sure Daisuke doesn't choke on his own vomit. No, I can... I'll take care of it, Anya. I always do. Yeah. Used for cleaning factory lines. My dad also used it, because he used to work in Christmas trees and he would get tree sap all over him. Isopropyl alcohol is what he would use to clean the sap off of his skin. It can kill you. Hey, Curly. So you can actually get a whatchamacallit, an achievement by opening and closing Curly's mouth a bunch of times without giving him his meds. I don't think I understood the pressure you were under before. Fuck. And you tried to tell me. Our worst moments don't make us monsters, huh? You were a good captain, Curly, and you'll be one again. I'll get us both through this. No beating this time, because Jim has... Oh, Curly, I'm sorry. The slightest amount of sympathy for him now. Oh. Good moment to mention I love the sound design. The sound design is fucking excellent. Jimmy! Get the fuck out here! My hands won't stop shaking. I'm shocked he's still alive. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. You can't hide that the fact that between dehydration and infection, which are the two biggest problems for burn victims, the fact that Curly's still alive at all says a lot about Anya's capability as a nurse. I'm gonna chop you into 20 fucking pieces! So you'll notice the generator's gone. Peter metal pipe that broke off in the crash, still strong enough to be repurposed. Yeah, he's not an IV or anything. So, this 2 days before the crash. This is one of the most poignant scenes in this fucking game. You doing okay? Yeah. Can't sleep. I know how that is. I just toss and turn. Or stare at the ceiling all night. You know, all 5 hours they're allowed to sleep. I actually kinda like the nighttime window screen. If you can believe it. So I just come look at it sometimes. If you look really, really close, you can see there's a dead pixel in the upper right-hand corner. That so? Nope, don't see it. In the back of my mind, it's always there. Now I'll go bonkers looking for it. Cheers. I don't think it ruins the illusion, though. It's peaceful. But maybe I'm just used to looking at the bigger picture. What the hell are they doing that they need 19 hours of awake time? Absolutely true. It is a skeleton crew, and the ship does require a lot of maintenance, but if the 5 hours of sleep thing is one of the many signs of negligence on Pony Express's part. They do not give a shit about their people. How many days of transport do we have left? Let's see, off the top of my head, around 237 days. Just under 8 months. Hey, why do you think Pony Express put a lock on the medical room door, but not in the sleeping quarters? I suppose for the same reason they put a lock on the cockpit. Safety. Yeah. 5 months after the crash. As you can see, we are starting to get closer to that hellish version of the ship that was shown in that hallucination. Do you remember how a couple months after the crash, that first cutscene, we asked Daisuke how much food was left, and he said 4 months. It's been several months since then. You've got all of these empty things. All these empty things here. And it's... Jimmy, help! Look at this. All of this is empty. All of this is used up. We don't have any stockpile left. Nothing. And our characters clearly have gotten to the point where they're not bothering to clean up. We can't even use this thing to generate any food because it's blocked. We can't even get water here, even if it was potable. Yeah, someone killed the robot. Acer. Yeah, someone killed the robot. One thing I just want to mention is that, the robot is motion activated. Remember that for the discussion later. Jimmy, it's a total emergency! Calm down. What is it? Anya is stuck in medical. The door won't open. What if she runs out of something? Right. Let's go have a look. Hurry! We gotta hurry! Go, go, go! Daisuke is an absolute sweetheart, but he also doesn't really know what to do when stuff goes wrong. Oh, I'm gonna want the other... Let me take a quick look. So, as we can see, Jimmy's really hasn't moved. Swansea's have gotten a little further along. Anya's are a little further along. And so are Daisuke's, but several of everybody's things are knocked over. Also, I'd assume the toilet facilities are in the sleeping areas, so they are blocked. Where are they doing that? Yeah, that was one of my thoughts as well. I don't know if they designated... Because this is the only space in the entire room, in the entire place, that they have access to, so I have no idea where they're using the bathroom. Are they able to wash themselves? So guys, this is where it starts getting real dark. Not that it's not already dark, but it's getting worse. Anya, I brought Jimmy. We're here to rescue you. Don't worry. Don't panic. They should shower in the cargo hold of Mouthwash. I mean... Hey, heard the lock's broken. Hey, Anya. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you, Jimmy. The rest of our medical stash is in there too. Damn, this could be bad. Did you try to really put your back into it? Any wrenches lying around? How heavy is the medkit? Anya, is the door stuck? No. Huh? What do you mean? Look, we're all stressed, but you can't go breaking down at every little hardship. Open the damn door. You were right. You were right all along. should have done this from the beginning. I always believed that our worst moments didn't define us, didn't make us beyond repair. You think I wanted this either? Make no mistake, this isn't my worst moment. Far from it. It's the best decision I'll ever make. Open the door. I'll take care of it. Anya? What does that mean? Curly's still in there with her, right? Yeah, you don't think... Daisuke, you and Swansea know the internals of the ship better than anyone. There's absolutely no other way into medical? Well... Swansea said it was strictly off limits. Like, super, mega, not allowed above all else. The utility room. That busted vent in there loops into medical. But, I mean, technically a person could totally fit through it. If that's the only way, we'll make it work. You listening, Anya? Fine. Come on, Daisuke. Gosh, man, oh man, I don't like this at all. What could Anya be thinking? We should go check on utility, right? Yeah, I would agree they probably did choose some place to use the bathroom in. They were on the ship for several months before they opened the cargo hold, though, which makes me think they've been doing it elsewhere. I just don't know where. Lots more empty boxes now. Something to bear in mind. Drinking mouthwash can legitimately kill you. Not to get too personal about it, but my dad during rehab got his hand on some and drank like 3 bottles in the same night, and it almost killed him. Swansea, we need your help. I know you said utility was dangerous, but I'm good right here, fellas. You know I'm not letting you in there. Off limits. Look, if there's... oh, wrong voice. Look, if there's any possibility... Jimbo. Letting you scratch at that foam wall would be useless. You'd only tear this goddamn ship a new asshole. Nothing to be done about it. Bad luck. Tail missed the donkey. But, Swansea, this could be really bad. Just hear us out. We're God's hand-picked favorites on this here planet, I reckon. Means we get to name it. So let's hear it for Wake Rock. Whatever's going on anywhere else ain't my problem. Since I'm the happiest man Wake Rock has ever seen. Let's just go, Daisuke. There's no point with him. Yeah, addiction definitely sucks, and that is one of the themes of this game. Also, don't do anything. Stop, stop, stop! I can fix this! Why do you keep fucking saying that? Are you hearing yourself? I'm sorry. We still have disinfectant, right? The one from the extra medical stash. Get it, now! The cocktail, the cocktail? What are you blabbering about? That was your fault. You would never have... I had no choice. You useless, you goddamn fucking idiot. There has to be something else. Find disinfectant. So... yeah. Didn't Anya say there's too much sugar for the mouthwash to use it for disinfectant? Yup. There's a reason we can't see this section of the room. I'm already looking in here. At least try to make yourself useful. God damn it! This is a masterful use of the graphics, like this type of graphics. I can't fucking see where I'm going. And therein lies that's kind of the point. Take a moment and look at this with me. I can't really read what it says. Sempe, probably something in Latin. But, that's a hibiscus flower. Who on this ship is wearing hibiscus? Not too many spoilers, Acer. There might be a couple of folks. Also, the second we get this out, that gravestone disappears. So we are following a trail of blood. No, you don't have to apologize. I just want to let you know. Because I'm not sure how many viewers are watching this for the first time. At the end of stream, if you are still around for that, take care, take responsibility. Notice for a second that, we are no longer in reality. This is some non-Euclidean ass architecture here. I'm not sure if y'all can hear that, because I'm not sure if my volume is loud enough. But that was a distorted version of the Polly Says thing from that mascot statue. Be quiet. There's no going back. The staircase we came in is gone. A blind beast, aimless and restless. You can't run from it. This was coming, and yet it's still so fucking effective. Hey, I'm not moving. I'm not making any noise. African or European swallow. I'm not making any noise. You have no reason. Oh god, it's right there. It smells fear. Fucking... apparently. Oh, Lord in heaven. I'm not moving. Jesus Christ. I'm not sure if it'll get close enough for me to show it off. God, I hate it, precious. So, in case we don't see it, this thing is like a terrifying mutated horse thing with like no skin. Oh. Is this its fucking neck? Oh my god, it is. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. We can't go this... I can't go this way because it's blocked off by the fucking neck of the monster. Hey. Hey, fuck off. The no skin is symbolic. Yeah, I mean... It also has it in common with Curly. God. God. This is so well done, but... This is... I would say... part of where... the game... really, is the most like a stereotypical horror game. Where are you? Here, and also, you can only see it with this damn thing. Which, remind you, only the captain is supposed to have. I can't move very quickly because every step I make makes noise. This thing also cannot see. Where is it? Where is it? Where? Oh, there's blood up there. What was that? What was that? What? Oh! Nope. We're just gonna... Oh, we hates it. We hates it, precious. I don't even know if I'm going the right way. A friend! Here's Polly!
Polly says...
It's coming. God. Yep. Nope, you don't see me. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, this is another piece of its neck. Because it only shows up in the dark light. Nope. 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 It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm not looking. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. his blood. Nope, nope, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, I get it. Yep, I know. Yep. Yep. Did my dumbass go the wrong way? Oh, fuck me sideways, I did. I can't get through here. God damn it. I think I got myself completely turned around. Okay, so I'm not crazy. There's multiple spots where it's just blocked. Nope, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Fuck off for a little while, Polly. This music does not help. Okay. Yep, I'm so sorry, guys. I should have looked up the route. It always says just to follow the blood, but... yeah, I mean, that is kind of the whole point, the fact that it's confusing. Because, not to get into spoily territory, but part of the thing is we do not have a reliable narrator. Okay, so over there is blocked. What about beyond it? It's fucking red light, green light in here. So over there is blocked by another piece of Holly's fucking neck. I'm calling it Polly, but you know what I mean. Maybe I can be a tiny bit less cautious. The screen tearing gets worse when it's nearby. It's right there. Oh, fuck me sideways. We hate sit, precious. Oh, there you are, you bitch. Hey, baby boy. Kills 99.9% of all germs. Bad breath ain't nothing but a dream. So despite the fact that Jim very explicitly was told by Anya earlier that this will not help, I'm so sorry. I messed up. Don't try to talk. So, would the mouthwash not help with what you should use it for? Part of the thing about mouthwash is it is only useful like before or after you brush your teeth. And it does not do the work of brushing your teeth for you. So mouthwash is an afterthought at best, even for using it for its intended purpose. I think the vent utility connects to medical. But you heard what he said. Going in there now, it's too unstable. Trying to break the foam could risk the air seal. I just don't want to fuck up again like I did before. You heard Anya. I wouldn't pass her to do something extreme right now. You and me, Daisuke. We can save Curly, yeah? Swansea won't help, so we'll figure it out ourselves. Right! Alright, yeah! We got this! But even before the foam, how do we get the door to utility open? Swansea's been practically camping in front of the door, and he has the key. I have an idea. You're going to have to trust me. We need to knock him out. You're gonna fight him? No. Even he has to have his limits when it comes to booze. We make him pass out. Simple. Safe. He might not even realize we did anything after the fact. There's a recipe for a mocktail in the kitchen. We can follow the steps, but use different ingredients to add kick to it. Come on. Knock out Swansea. This kind of feels like a heist movie. Ain't as fun in real life, man. Sorry, baby boy. Yeah, Jesus, look at all this. So, also, another thing to notice is that these machines are broken. They were probably broken into to try to get the last of the food out. These guys don't have much of anything left. Jimmy is a bad influence. So, the mocktail... Water and mouthwash and isopropyl, then sweetener. Oh. We're out of sweetener. Any ideas? I might have accidentally at some point mistakenly misplaced a few packs before. By accident. Right. You could take a look around my stuff. Could be somewhere around there. They were making drinks with the mouthwash, yes. But not with the isopropyl alcohol. This is something new. But also, totally somewhere else! Who knows? Anything's possible! The crash sure jumbled everything up! Do you have any other dialogue, baby boy? Nope. Also, one other thing to mention. Daisuke was a last-minute addition to the team. This means they have even less food than they would have if he weren't here. But it also means he wasn't prepared. He wasn't trained for this. One of the hints to this is how he's constantly wearing this Hawaiian shirt on top of his uniform. Everybody else is wearing their own uniform. Even Swansea has his own orange, or yellowy-orange version. Everybody else is wearing it more or less normally. But the kiddo isn't. Take sweetener. And... Alright, well... I hate this. And take plain cocktail. A rough mix of mouthwash and isopropyl alcohol. Not even Swansea would drink this. Use that, and use the sweetener. Take spiked cocktail. Hey, buddy. That drink looks sick! I can totally picture myself on a beach with a hot babe and a few of those. Then I'd drink too many and throw them all up over myself and never be able to drink them again. Ah, good times. Let's just get this to Swansea. Pink hibiscus stands for friendship and all kinds of love, not just romantic. Yes, they're also they're one of the flowers that, is expensive to make tea out of because the flowers wilt really quickly. Hibiscus does tend to stand for happiness and friendship and cheer, more or less. Which our little ball of sunshine certainly is. The tea ironically can help liver damage. I didn't know that. You good? Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm all good, man. You taking a teaching my intern now? I personally try to educate based off years of experience. But that's just me, Captain. Mocktail spiked with isopropyl alcohol. Here for a good time, not a long time. Yet, fun fact, this cocktail we're giving him could kill him. The fuck is that? Look, we need to keep working together. If this is how I can get us through this without us being at each other's necks all the time when... Yeah, give it here. We kind of freestyled the recipe. Yeah, I can tell you had a hand in this monstrosity, kid. You ain't no mixologist. Sure as hell ain't no mechanic either. You never should have come here. Who the fuck even decided to let you board, huh? Stick the idiot with a bunch of sad sack adults and see what he learns, huh? Bootstraps and all that. What a load of horse shit. You think it's all going somewhere, but every failure leaves you a little more mangled than before. Older, uglier, meaner. It's not actually covered whether or not Daisuke has rich parents. That's never discussed. Smarter in a worse way. Wallowing doesn't suit you, Swansea. I suppose you think we should all be acting like you. A hard-working, esteemed captain. I say, take a load off before the sun finally sets on this party. May we never go to hell, but always be on our way. It is implied that Daisuke has influential parents. His mom seems to have pulled some strings to get him this internship. And it seems to have been done last minute. Take utility room key. Aw, poor boy. Is he still breathing? He practically bounced off the ground! He'll be fine. His tolerance has to be through the roof by now. Probably just wake up with a massive headache. Oh man, he's gonna be so mad. I'll never get a good reference now. Alright. So, notice how this is a swan. Swan sees key for utility room and never leaves this person. I did also see a comment about this potentially not being a swan. I'm pretty sure it is a swan, judging from the eye marks. But someone else did mention that it would also make sense if this were an albatross. What with resumes? Yeah, I know. What with the whole... there's a couple of small allusions in this game to the rhyme of the ancient mariner. And the whole albatross thing, being something that dooms a ship full of people around, like, hanging around your neck. It would be thematically appropriate. I'm pretty sure this is a swan. Yeah, it looks like a mute swan. We have them here. Yeah. I figured it was a swan because it makes sense, what with his name and everything. Captain, you sure about this? Maybe we could talk with Swansea when he's cleared up a bit later. Albatross have blackish wings, though? Yeah, good point, Acer. He's just, really into workplace safety and stuff sometimes, Which is, totally cool and stuff, I think. He taught me. It's time to be brave, Daisuke. Curly and Anya are counting on us. The albatross I know is the one from that Disney movie, The Rescuers. That's fair. Wait. Whoa! It's, barely foamed up at all! Hey! It's those things! I've never been inside one. What are they called again? Cryostasis pods. Oh yeah! Those things are far out! Totally sci-fi. Oh, it looks like this one still works. How long can these things even keep you frozen? 20 fucking years. I can't believe Swansea managed to clear all the foam from here. He didn't. What? Think about it. Swansea never let you work with him on breaking the utility foam wall, right? No, it needed to be handled delicately. He said that I have way too much athletic strength in my arms. I would have just torn right through the foam. I was like, damn, makes total sense. Bummer. So I've been in charge of the kitchen instead. He said it's next level critical to keep stock and organize every day. Had me double, triple, four, tuple check everything like all the time. Right. Of course. And he never told you that he'd gotten in here? No, but look how busy he must have been. There was never any foam in here. And Swansea has known the whole damn time. Just taking a load off before the sun finally sets on this party, huh? That boozed up bastard's been biding his time until he can save himself. Would getting in a pod really mean that you get rescued? 20 years more of a chance to get found. I'd take those odds over our current situation. Not like this, though. Not by lying through my teeth while waiting for everyone else to die. No, man, that just can't be right. I'm sure there's a reason. We'll ask him about it when he wakes up. We'll deal with him after. Right now, we have a job to finish. And the vent looks like it's still in one piece. Whoa, check out those sparks. I hate to imagine how gnarly it looks on the inside. It could be somewhat collapsed in places. You could make it through. We need to try it. Swansea said it's not safe. I know he forgot to tell us about the pod, but he knows like everything about this kind of stuff. Maybe we should just wait for him to wake back up. You said you could handle it. Swansea taught you well, right? Time to prove it. He'll be impressed when he wakes up. Proud. He'll understand why we had to do this. Then he can explain himself. You think so? Daisuke, everyone's counting on you. Captain's orders. Yeah, I got this. Fun fact, Daisuke in Japanese means something like big helper. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the king of gaslighting is accurate. It's not clear, Acer. My guess is that part of it was damaged. If it wasn't already damaged before the crash, it definitely was afterward. And at the very start of the game, when Daisuke gets caught in foam, Swansea says something about being cooked, electrocuted, and stabbed. And they also mention that Anya almost fell in and skewered herself, so there's got to be some jagged metal in there somewhere. He doesn't seem to be burned or anything. I think that might just be a matter of us being unable to see it. I assume, judging from those sparks, I assume that he gets both electrocuted and stabbed. Anya? What did you do? One day before the crash. Find the gun. It's still broken. She couldn't have hit it there. I'm honestly really curious about what questions are on this questionnaire. Not that we can read it. No, something to notice about this. There is no piece for Curly. His color is white. There's no piece for Curly. This has a lot to say symbolically about agency.
Polly says, are you working hard? Or hard you working?
I already checked here.
Polly says.
So, obviously we are Curly again. Hey, hun. For fuck's sake! Where is it? Us being let go is not a reason to hurt yourself. Anya, as our nurse, you never got psych evals. I should have thought of that. You could have come to me if you were feeling stressed. What would you have done? Anything. Anything. You, the crew, were all my responsibility. I told you so over and over, yeah? I'm not going to hurt myself. You know the gun is in a safety case I can't open. But I hid the case itself. Tell me where it is. None of this has to be in our performance log. We'll figure it out together. I'm pregnant. There's a joke I saw that was Curly. Babe, if he's hurting you, walk out with your hand on your left shoulder and I will do absolutely nothing. Accurate. You're... what? Who would you... Captain, I told you. Listen to me. We can fix this. I've known him for a long time. I'll talk to him. I know you'd never give me the gun to protect myself. So the least I can do is make sure he never gets it either. Remember she mentioned 8 months left of the trip. Yep. So, we were only 3 or 4 months into the trip when we crashed. The bleeding won't stop. Just try to stay still, Daisuke. I need a second to think. We can fix this. Hey, kid. You hear me? Daisuke. Yeah, she probably was showing. Hey, stop! 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 Don't move! It's alright, Daisuke. Calm down. This line of work, you could never become like miserable old Swansea. What a tragedy. Decades of hauling ass for Pony Express. Big mighty bruiser with all his shiny tools. This is where it got me. The good life, huh? I thought you were dumber than a can of paint. Always just chewing my ears off about nothing. Useless ray of goddamn sunshine. Not an A student, career workhorse, or force of ambition. Just a damn good kid trying his best. You could have taught an old fool like me a lot. Close your eyes, Daisuke. Yeah, the sound of Daisuke's labored pain breathing. Have you noticed so far that, aside from Polly, the only voices we hear in this game is the sound of people in pain? There's a reason for that. You monster! I could have fixed him, Swansea! I have to do everything myself! Why can't any of you just give me some time to fucking think? How do you still not understand? It's over! End of the fucking line! He won't suffer one more second because of your delusions. Unbelievable! Stop pretending! I know all about your plan, Swansea, our winter utility! I saw what you've been hiding down there. Sneaking around with that axe, telling Anya who knows what. Now this? I've seen some bad ones, like how Swansea's a horrible person in this scene. Yeah, no, there's a lot of... I have a lot to talk about. I'm gonna get Anne on the line to talk to. You're making sure you're the one who gets inside that cryopod. I sure did talk to Anya. But it was her telling me all sorts of things instead, wasn't it? Shouldn't a captain go down with the ship? Not that it matters anymore. I ain't got no place to be. I got everything I could ever want right here on this ship. So go ahead and get in that pod. If you ever get found, you can tell them whatever fucking story you like. You've earned it. Yeah, Acer, the implication here is that they were probably Anya and Swansea were talking. It's never outright stated, but the implication is that they wanted to use the pod for Daisuke, because out of everybody here, he was one of the only people with the best prospects. Oop, that's not what I meant to do. So, something to bear in mind here. Daisuke literally after getting mortally wounded, still dragged himself from the vent to this door to open it for us. Yeah, he did have the most hope. And Anya OD'd. And Curly is still alive. And he got to watch the whole fucking thing. I don't know the code, so I gotta go to the... I think the code for this is in the lock. It's in the cockpit. Yeah. I gotta go to the cockpit real quick to get the fucking code. Also, did you notice that between when we first started this game, when we were like 2 months after the crash, and now, Swansea has had to get the generator out to power these emergency lights, because the emergency power on the ship is failing. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm gonna probably die quite a lot. Or fail, rather. Unfortunately, I don't die. More's the pity. Where's the fucking... This isn't where I meant to go. I meant to go to the cockpit. So chronologically, this is where we supposedly get attacked by fucking Swansea in that scene. They're probably almost entirely out of air, yes. That's the implication here. 739. So fun fact, I don't remember exactly where it says it, but I heard... I did hear a thing that said that, something about mutiny. that captains are permitted to use that gun to kill other members of the ship in the event of a mutiny. They said that there was less food than there was air supply left. So, but probably not by much. So at this point, it's the implication here is that they're out of food. Or going to be very shortly. This breaks my heart, this laugh, because this is Curly realizing that Anya was fucking right to hide the gun from Jim. Jimmy! 0 days before the crash. I need to go to the cockpit. Curly's realizing that Jim might be a butt. Friday Pony Express. Only open in case of emergency. I told him. Anya, you should have waited for me. What did he say? Nothing that makes any difference. Did he seem angry? Where did he go? He just walked away. Curly, I don't want him in here anymore. Hold on. Fuck. Just wait. I need to find him. Everything's going to be okay. No worries, Acer. Jim? I can fix this. What do you think will happen when we get back? We can figure all of this out. You and me. All I ever hear is how great of a leader you are. God, it's so annoying. But now? What do you think will happen now when we get back? We'll fix this together. Everything you and I worked for in our lives, accomplishments, changes, none of it will matter. You've gotten through difficult situations before. This time won't be any different. Work through it, one day at a time. It's not just me, is it? You were supposed to be the one who had everything under control. You said so yourself. The ship, this crew, everything that happened here. This was your responsibility, Captain. That is what you'll be hearing the rest of your life. Or this can all be remembered as a tragedy. Despite what must have been the best efforts of its acclaimed captain, the Topar crew was never found. No one survived to tell the tale. You're standing at the top, feet in cement. I get it now. Right? Right. I'll take care of it. Jim, tell me you didn't! I should have. I didn't. What the fuck did you do? Jim told everybody that Curly was the one who had crashed the ship. By the way, that said however many hours to judgment. Woohoo! Happy birthday, Captain! This rocks. Here, here. To Captain Jimbo. So this is our confirmation that every single member of the Topar crew except for these two is dead. Come on. You have to give a speech. Go on. Have at it. You better make it good. Hell yeah! Our captain, Captain Jimmy. Not sure if you can hear Curly's panicked breathing. Get the job done. So you remember how I laughed at how weird the cutting motion for the cake was earlier? I'm not laughing now. A lot of people struggle to put food on their plates, but that wasn't enough. Right, Captain? The lowest rung of your ladder is our highest. Until it was all swept out from under your feet. Life isn't even worth living at the same level as us. But I forgive you. All of us do. I won't give up on you, even like this. I believe in you. We're gonna make it through this. Sometimes we thrive, travel the endless reaches of space. But other times we just have to accept days like these. You taught me that, Curly. Let's eat. Let's survive. Notice that there's a chunk of his leg on every fucking plate. Take responsibility. So, from this point forward, we're not in reality anymore. These are Swansea's keys. This is the vent in medical. The implication here, so like this is medical as though everything has been just blasted. And this is the vent that Daisuke came out of. I want to remind y'all that Jimmy is fundamentally not a reliable narrator. And he's also not stable. So, we've got chicken noodle soup, one of the first things that Daisuke ever talked to us about. We've got Daisuke's sorry piece on the, knocked over, and Jimmy's next to it, implying that, he's the one who did this, because that is the truth. I can't see where the fuck I am. Oh, there we are. Hey, bud. And a hibiscus. Again, representing Daisuke. That beat in the background? Like a heartbeat. No turning back now. And if I try to turn back, that, although it's really difficult to see, was Daisuke's face, distorted and dead. So, in a way that really mirrors the mental gymnastics some people can do in these circumstances when they're the abusers, Jim is turning back on his own terms. Because remember, this isn't his fault. Clearly it's not his fault. And I can't look at that too long, but that's Daisuke's, that's his flower, his Game Boy, and his dumbbells. Responsibility. Yeah, no, this totally isn't Jimmy's fault. Did you notice? Swansea, when he blamed everybody but himself during that scene with Daisuke. Just after Daisuke's death. Blamed Swansea for forcing them to drug him. Also, we're starting to get some interesting changes here. This poster of Polly did not have the mouthwash in it before. So, in case it wasn't more obvious, and I know that most of you watching me right now will already know this, I just want to make it clear. It is implied but not outright stated that Jimmy sexually assaulted Anya. That's why she asked Curly, why do you think Pony Express put locks on the cockpit in medical, but not the crew quarters? And then we've got, this one has also been edited with the axe. This poster. So even though this looks more like it could be real, it's obviously not. Lend a hand. We've got hands with blood. So yeah, those are the three major posters. More blood. So, I didn't notice this initially, but this is the utility room on its side. See? This is the Daisuke's little store, like studying area. Jimmy knows how to customize a mocktail. Almost sounds like he's done something like that before. So yeah, this is the utility room. And This isn't the correct placement for that specific vent, but it is surrounded by the axis. And there's also a tie-in still here with Anya, with this. This is a IV stand, which we don't see in canon in the rest of the thing, and this is like the thingamajig for medical. So this is probably closer to what the size of what Daisuke was trying to crawl through. It's difficult to see, but look at these jagged pieces of metal here. I'm legitimately going to guess that the actual vent was a bit smaller than this. Because if Daisuke could have avoided getting cut, he would have. He's not the brightest bean, but he's not that dumb. So my guess is that in reality, when he was climbing through that vent, he had no choice. He probably slipped and impaled himself on some of these jagged bits, and also it's not clear about what we're seeing right now if it's real or not, because Jimmy has always been an unreliable narrator and has always, we'll talk about that later, but it's not clear in this specific section of the game how much of this is real and how much of it is in Jimmy's head. It's absolutely not clear. Yeah. We've got another hibiscus, this time a white one. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that Daisuke was electrocuted, as well as stabbed. That was the sound of an axe. This is probably real. He wants to ask you a question, yeah. Take gun. I can't talk to him. I can't go anywhere else. I have no choice. Pony Express personal protection weapon. Issued to captains in case of unrest amongst the crew. Part of the tragedy of this game is just how much the behavior of people like Jimmy is permitted because of the inactions of people like Curly, who are doing their best to be decent human beings and decent captains, but because of their friendship or relationship with the perpetrator of abuse or assault, turn a blind eye and don't do anything. The last moment that Curly could have fixed something was when he walked away and left Jim in front of the cockpit. Moments after Jim talked about crashing the fucking ship. And he didn't even couch it as a joke. And another part is, like with this gun, that all of that is exacerbated by the lack of care that Pony Express has for its employees. There's no reason that there shouldn't be locks on those doors. Everyone could ignore a baby except Anya, like a dead pixel. I have no choice. Locks cost money, though. Yeah, the only places with locks are medical and the cockpit. And storage. Where all the expensive stuff is. I'm gonna fuck this up quite a lot. Beloved friend, I remember you, so you were eternal. And look, it's the sun. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me! This is gonna be such a fucking struggle. Ugh. I don't wanna. Please, I don't wanna do this part of the game, please. Did you hear the sound of the baby in the background? I can't fucking... I hate this, 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 I hate this so much. I cannot express to you how much I hate this. Nope! I can't run, either, is the thing. Where are you? God, this is setting every... Oh god, I can hear the fucking baby. Please. Please. Here's the thing. He won't come for you if your back's in a corner. Or not, I guess. Hey, buddy. Where? Something that y'all might not know from this is that at this point in the game, there's audio coming from both earphones. I can't track where this motherfucker is. When I was making food, I heard you laughing and... Jimmy blames Swan for having to drug him. Yeah, it's... Fuck. I was laughing in a distressed way, to be honest. One of the best written parts of this game is this scene. I have something to say. So shut the fuck up and listen. I spent 13 years half cut up to my eyeballs. Drunk, to put it mildly. Then suddenly I saw it. Street light shining in my face. 50 gigawatts of the power of God. A vision of my bloated body found in some ditch. It scared me straight. So I got a collared shirt, mortgage, and a credit card. The real footage they use is so chilling, absolutely. All these things that make a good man. I hoped I could raise my children to be better than their old man. I wanted to believe I was never one setback away from my worst self. But the truth is, discipline, drive, routine, the endless fucking desperation to get shit done. A loving wife, great kids, sobriety. I'm telling you, accomplishments I've been chasing all my life, never felt as good as I expected when I crossed the finish line. So now that we're at the end, taking inventory. Those nights spinning out of my head, sinking into the sofa. Broken glass on my palms, bleeding dry, the funniest thing ever. Old dogs laughing and snarling on a waterbed floor, marking the moon for daring to show its face. All nausea and wreckage and vomit and ugly cruelty. The only problem in the world is an empty bottle. Those were the best days of my life. Yeah. Those were the best days of my life. I got nothing to hide. Ready to face the music. I can see myself for what I am. But you? A cowardly, selfish motherfucker. And you can't even see it. I should have been able to protect the kid. If I could have done one thing right, I wish it would have been to give him one small chance off this goddamn rock. Swansea, I'm going to fix everything. We're going to make it. Fuck you. Take responsibility. So, fun fact. We don't have any proof that Swansea actually went after Jimmy with the axe. Because what reason would he have had to do so? After we left him at Daisuke's side, he was completely out of hope. He had just, in the same way that he had sunk his axe into that fucking screen with the sunset, he sunk his axe into their only source of sunshine. Swansea at that point had no reason to go after him with the axe. So there's a pretty prevalent theory that says that all of this narrative, that whole boss fight, is Jimmy's fabrication to justify tying up and killing a Swansea like this. Swansea with a shotgun. I just want to talk to him. Yeah. But yeah, that's everybody. Except for Jimmy and Curly. I thought he was mad too because he knows Anya's pregnant. Yes, but the implication is that Anya told Swansea about this at least 1 or 2 months before this encounter. Swansea probably did not take action because, okay, you can tell we're starting to get away from real life and into the delusion again. Because of all these pipes. So, Swansea didn't take action at that time because, well, what was he supposed to do at that point? He could have killed Jimmy, but where would they put the corpse? Jimmy was also the only person who was left who knew how to pilot the thing. So if they did find a way to fix the ship, he was the only person who was educated and would have known how to get them out of this. So Swansea's inaction makes a certain amount of sense, even as it is upsetting. Curly's inaction, on the other hand, is part of what doomed the whole crew. Curly was unable to, or unwilling to see the problem that Jimmy was. And it is canonical that he is the person who got Jimmy onto the ship. He vouched for him, he helped him get the job. And he let his feelings as a friend for Jimmy and his desire to maintain the peace keep him from doing what needed to be done. He was too friendly. And that's one of his fatal flaws. But part of why I mention this is that as a result of the crash, the injuries of the crash, Curly is no longer able to look away. He doesn't have an eyelid. He can't close his eyes. He has no choice.
Tis old Mother Goose's birthday. We're giving her a party. A party, a party, a party for Mother Goose.
The baker man, he served the cake. It was a sight to see.
Take Curly's leg. This is... There goes the baker with his tray like always. There goes the baker with his tray like always. Oh boy, another birthday. I'm going to do this once the wrong way, so you can see the fail state. And then I'm going to do it the correct way. I have a guide up, because I don't want to deal with this. But I want to fail it once to show y'all. Curly's leg. Someday he'll thank me. It is weirdly hard. Take Curly's leg. That's why I have a fucking guide up on the... Oh! What am I doing? Here we go. Sorry. Okay. You know. Okay, so that's correct. That's correct. This needs to be... I'm sorry, bud. That needs to be... That's correct. That's correct. This one here I still need to move, but I can't tell... Well, let's see if this is correct. Nope. It has to be pointing the other way. Sorry, guys. The problem being here... Oh, nope, nope. Okay, so it's that one. Alright. Well, hopefully I got it correct this time. It's just it going down his body. Like, it kind of flows from screen to screen, but it's out of order. Yeah, that's part of what makes this so tricky. Hey, bud. I have nothing more to give you. Help me. So there's something that we can talk about later is agency. Out of everybody aboard the ship, Curly had the most power, the most sway, the most agency. And he doesn't use it. He tries to use it, by that point, it's already too damn late. And then it's taken from him, and he has no choice. And this parallels this abuse that is inflicted upon him by Jimmy. It's the same sort of... It's different from the abuse that Jimmy does to Anya. But it rhymes. Yeah, the puzzle mechanics are weird. I want to go home. We are home. Why don't you finish what you started? Don't worry. If anyone ever finds us, I'll still be playing the villain. You'll be the best man in the end. Like you wanted. Or you'll be the better man in the end. I could have stopped it. I'm taking responsibility. This pisses me off because we're not talking to Curly. We're talking to a projection of Curly in Jimmy's mind that Jimmy is using to justify his actions, and this pisses me off. Because neither of these men understand responsibility. Because responsibility just does not mean just taking the blame. It means taking action. No, we can both be heroes. We're a team. Just you and me, like we used to be. What happened was an accident. We were trapped. I made a mistake, alright? I'm sorry. So fucking sorry, Curly. No, you're not. Because you're not apologizing to the real Curly. You're apologizing to a figment of him in your own fucking brain. Take responsibility. So, judging from this paraphernalia, this is part of how the medical room stuff. You know how every other character so far has had something. Swansea had that whole scene, as well as the boss fight. Daisuke had the thing in the vents to express his... Jimmy legitimately does feel... It seems like the most guilt he feels about any of this so far has been Daisuke. But at least he saw them as human. This is how he sees Anya. Okay, where the fuck? He disassociates so much, he's... this. Yeah. So, it's unclear if the implication here is that Anya was pregnant with twins? Or if... I don't know. Congratulations! It's an abomination! Polly is the father. If Polly were the father, this would be a different sort of game.
All clean. I hope this hurts. Really gets rid of that bad taste in your mouth, huh? Through wreckage. Through silence. Wash it away. All day, fire fresh.
Fetus centipede. Not sure if I'll be able to get a good enough look at it, but yes, this thing is made out of a bunch of twisted together poly statues. And it cries like an infant. I don't actually remember if this is a case wherein we have to avoid it. It is somewhat FNAF. Ah, lovely. So I do have to avoid it. The problem being, I don't know where I'm going, and I don't know how to avoid it. Whoa. So do I look at it or do I look away? I legit don't know how to do this part. I might have to take a moment and look it up. So I can't look at it. Is that the implication I'm getting here? I mean, it does track. Jimmy is chronically incapable of facing his mistakes. Give me just a sec. I wanna figure out. Stay away from the creature as long as you can. Okay. Okay, so there's no guide to this part. Got it. Because it's randomized. Nope. I did it correctly. Yeah, sorry, badass. This is not an appropriate game for those redeems. Swansea, Daisuke, Jimmy. So, something to note here is that we're never gonna see Curly's. Horse Centipede is not very Ojo-sama. Yeah, unfortunately not. So, a lot of folks think that Anya's isn't in here at all. It is. But it's hidden. See? I'm not sure if you can see it, but towards the center of the screen you can see the bottom of her hair. Her cards are in here. They're just hidden behind everybody else. Because we only ever see Anya through, at this point of the game, through Jimmy's point of view. And he doesn't consider her important enough. To even consider. And we don't see Curly because I think in some way Jim doesn't want to remember Curly as he was before the crash, or he has some guilt about it, or so now we're transitioning from these to the mouthwash. This is a cool as shit effect. So we're back to this association with Anya and the medication. Medical. It is an excellent transition. The only fully voiced character in this game. So I think it's more complex than that, Acer. Because if you notice, Polly's text is the same color as Anya's text. I know you're being silly. You're good. Pony Express is dead. So are you. So this sort of shows us that this and a couple things later sort of show us that Jimmy at this point is basically Anya's place in his memories is replaced by Polly or by horses or monsters. Because he does not see her as a person, and he is not sorry for what he did to her. In his brain, he's talking to his unborn child right now. Turn it up for VA? Got it.
Polly says,
The blue sky? Just like Anya's. Shut up. Curly tried his best. I did too, but he's the better man. I see that now. We can both still make it. I'll take care of him. I'm taking responsibility. Curly. Captain. I'm so sorry. Yes. 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 Yes, I do. I fucked up. But I can still make this right. Our worst moments don't make us. And the fucking nerve of this bastard using Anya's words in this scene. I.e., why are you making this all about Curly? Why haven't you even considered apologizing to Anya? She's dead. You're not even bothering to apologize to her memory. Hey, Kit. 0 hours before judgment. You've arrived in time for the climax, Kit. Well, not really the climax. We're basically already past that point. You notice how much longer this walk is than it is on the actual ship? Jim's perception of reality, go home, is just not right. Jimmy probably... He doesn't even see her. Nightmares for Dice Case, Swansea, obviously Curly, the baby. Never a thought about Anya. And that's the fundamental truth. Is that someone like Jimmy doesn't think he did anything wrong, as far as Anya goes, because she's not a person. Why would he feel bad about harming someone, raping someone? That's not a person. Also, my onion, what's your username? My onion son, thank you for popping in. It's okay, Curly. You're gonna be okay. You always had my back. I ended up hurting you even though I was trying to save us. But now, you'll survive. It's like you said. Together, we can fix anything. I'm just proud I got to be your friend and co-pilot, Captain. No one can hurt you now. We fixed it. I fixed it. Good job fixing it, Jimmy. Did you even turn on the fucking cryopod? So yeah. That was mouthwashing. I win! You know, for a given definition of the word win. So I think y'all can understand now why I had so many content warnings on this game. Do you feel like a winner? Abso-fucking-lutely not. So, I have a lot to say about this game, but can I just say that I took way longer with this game than most players do. Most players are done with it in under 2 hours. I took my time, because I think it deserves that much. This game is not without flaws. But I gotta say, as a writer, this is one of the best. Only caught the end because I see folks engaging with it instead of yelling over it. Yes, absolutely. One thing about this game. As a writer, this is an incredible example of amazing subtlety and subtext, and it is rape and other stuff like that used in a way that is not for shock value. The horror of this game, despite the sci-fi setting, is about humanity. It is not about, it's not an external monster. The monster in this game is, one that was created by the people on board. And capitalism. I think this is some of the You're okay, badass. So it's difficult to know where to begin discussing this. But I'm gonna get my buddy Ann on here real quick in a moment to discuss this further. But one thing I did want to talk about real quick is part of why I wanted to play this is because the vast majority of players I've seen do this have been men, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But there is this overwhelming ability of some male streamers and stuff to either not catch the nuance of what happened to Anya and how that affects the entire game. And I can't blame folks for that, but the blindness of certain audience members is ironically mirrors Curly's blindness. And there's just a short a short story I want to share with y'all before I get Anne on, and before we talk about themes and such. I think Curly's passivity is probably the detail that makes it work so well. I mean, it's not just Jimmy the villain. Curly lets it happen, though, and a lot of folks think he's a good guy. Yeah, there's a lot to say about Curly as a victim and as a perpetrator, and there's just a lot. There's just a quick, I guess, anecdote I want to share before I get Anne on here to talk about more about this. So, here is the truth of the matter. Everybody that is raised and socialized female in the US is going to have had. Oh, thank you for the follow, my onion son. I'll just call you Onion if that's okay. So, every person that was born female or socialized female will have, at some point in her life, experienced some sort of either sexual harassment or sexual assault. This is just an unfortunate fact of life. And everyone knows someone that has experienced sexual assault or sexual harassment. And I know that's true for everybody who is watching the stream right now, because you are listening to someone who's experienced some of those things speak right now. I'm very fortunate that it never got as far as it did for Anya. But one of the times that stuff happened to me, it came very close. And this sort of thing, it doesn't matter if you're an adult or a teenager or a child. This is going to happen. And it sucks. It's a fact of life that's really fucking horrendous. The first time this sort of stuff happened to me, I was 6. Not to get into too many more details, but that's just something you deal with. Whether it's something as mild as being catcalled or groped in a crowd, or something more direct. Almost everyone you know is going to have experienced something like that. So, and I just want to say, Anya's behavior, the way she was constantly trying to appease Jimmy, the way she felt uncomfortable around him, even before we got the revelation of the fact that he had sexually assaulted her, that struck very true to me. Because not a ton of stuff happened to me directly, but I recognized Anya's behavior because I have seen it in other people. My best friend growing up, we became friends when we were like 8-ish. There was a period of time where she started acting like Anya did, and I didn't know why, and when I asked if she was okay, she didn't really answer me because she was a little kid, and you know, I didn't think much of it. Her mother's boyfriend, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. That she behaved that way specifically when he was around. I didn't think much of it. When she started dating at 14 and getting really sexual really quickly with her boyfriends, I thought that was normal. When she started showing me sex stuff on the internet when we were way too young for it, I thought that was normal. I was Ace. She was my only friend. What I didn't know at the time is that kids that are sexually assaulted or sexually harassed at a very young age, it twists their thoughts about sex. It twists their thoughts about that kind of stuff, so that over-sexualized behavior can become very normalized at an early age. I didn't think much of it. When she was acting like Anya was, it didn't occur to me that that was strange. When we were 16, I got called to the nurse's office. My friend was sitting in one of the on one of the chairs, and she hands me this handwritten note that has a detailed confession of sorts of all of the stuff that he had done to her, starting from when she was 9 until his arrest earlier that week. She'd had a little bit of a breakdown. That's why she was missing from class. That's why I was called to the nurse's office, because the nurse thought I'd be able to give some comfort. I read the note. I cried. We spent 15 minutes hugging and crying. She's never talked to me about what happened out loud. She can't. It's been over half our lives again since that moment, and she still can't put into words what happened to her. I still have the note she wrote me. All of this is to say that some of the topics of this game hit very, very close to home. And I'm sorry for making you listen to that. And I appreciate your presence. Anne, are you good to join the call? We can talk about some of the actual themes of the game instead of my sob stories. I'm in the chat in our regular Discord, if you wanted to join me.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Anne.
Hi, Shira.
Hope you're doing okay, hon. Thank you for joining
I'm
me
doing.
for this.
I'm doing fine. I mean, hey, people who've been watching Don Da Don, how's episode 7 going? If they know, yeah.
But yeah. Heyo. So this is my
Hello.
buddy Kin, aka Anne. And she's the one who told me about, well, one of the only friends of mine that I've been able to scream at Mouthwashing about over the past couple weeks.
Hello, Anne, Kin. My pronouns are she, her. And yeah, I'm just sort of here as both a sounding board for the themings and really hammer it home to not look away from the horrors of the realities.
Yeah, we don't... Part of what caused the tragedy of this game is there's 3 different aspects, I think, that are at fault here. There is the actions of flawed, cruel people like Jimmy. There is the inactions of people that are told about who witness things happening and do nothing to help or fix a situation like Curly. And there is the background cruelty and negligence of society, but also specifically in the context of this game, Pony Express.
The extreme capitalism that helps perpetuate abuse.
Yeah. So,
Man.
there's a lot to talk about this game, and I'm not really sure where to start. I guess Curly is as good a place as any.
Yeah. I did start off my journey of mouth washing as like, oh, poor baby. And then slowly with like the consumption of the right YouTube videos, essays, it kind of slowly started dawning on me. Yeah, he did a lot of it because he's too nice and that he's a good friend, blah.
Oop, your connection's a little bad, hon.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I just wanted to warn you. Yeah, a lot of people are like, "Aw, poor Curly," says Acer. It's true.
But also consider not reporting this. Like, it makes Jimmy look good, but it also makes Curly look good if no incidents happen.
Right, and this is his last thing above the Topar. So his inactions are caused by a number of different reasons. Like you said, for the sake of his reputation. There's that. There is the fact that he's such a good friend of Jimmy and that they have some kind of history, to the point where he is either unwilling or unable to see what Jimmy has done, and this is the behavior you see every day in real life, constantly. But Acer is like, he's a cinnamon roll. People think he's a cinnamon roll that needs to be protected. Also, with the friendship thing, he is covering for Jimmy, but ignoring Anya. And it's a failure of Curly as a captain, as somebody who has responsibility for and to the folks aboard the ship. Yeah, go ahead.
Because really, he wasn't. Why he was promoted to captain wasn't because he was captain material. It's because to the Pony Express, he was good middle management. He's such a people pleaser that the Pony Express was like, yes, he will follow our rules, no matter how insane they are, and make everybody else do it.
Yeah, and he's gotten a good reputation as a result of this. And I'm just not being very coherent. I had a lot of stuff to say about Curly, but I will say this is one of the worst cases of fandom woobification I've seen in like a decade. Like, people seem to, like, there's a couple different things to talk about in regards to Curly, in that the fandom, there's a chunk of the fandom that doesn't think he did anything wrong. Which, maybe he didn't actively do anything wrong, but that's the point. He didn't actively do shit. And that doomed the rest of the group. He didn't do anything.
And he did do one thing that, like, put gasoline on the fire. And that, again, is his people pleaser thing.
Telling the rest of the crew.
That they were fired. And Pony Express, first of all, Pony Express should have waited to tell him. Like, why did they need to tell him so early? What was he gonna do? Invest in stonks or whatever?
There's the implication here is that there was no communication from the ship to anywhere else. The only form of communication that comes in is a fucking fax.
A fucking fax. So, like, why did they need to tell him so early and then be like, sit on that, good luck?
Also, like Acer says, he was born male, he wouldn't have noticed the problem with the lack of locks on the sleeping quarters. The one woman in the entire fucking ship, and it just doesn't occur to him. So Curly's blindness to the situation, willingly or unwillingness, his inability to see the glaring dead pixel that is Jimmy, mirrors the fandom's blindness in a really disturbing way. And so there's that aspect of it. The fact that the fandom, a chunk of the fandom thinks that he didn't do anything wrong, but he is an enabler. It is the result of his inactions that exacerbates the problems aboard the ship. The only action he's able to take is to take a second to steer the ship away so it's not a direct head-on collision. That is the only action he takes, and that's too little, too late. It's kind of funny because a lot of companies will fire people on a Friday or something to make sure they don't come back and shoot up the place. That's true too. Fundamentally, Curly's not a bad person. And that's part of the tragedy of it, is that he is somebody who just wants to do his best and get by. And he lets his desire to be a people pleaser get in the way of his job as captain.
God, I just remembered, this is not an actual, upsetting, triggering thing, because this wasn't an actual threat to me and my shift at all, but a couple of years back, there was a serious moment at my work that, hey, a guy on night shift got fired, and he took a poster board thing of our boss and started doing practice rounds on it. So everybody got warned about this guy, and like he even just stood across the roadway from the factory, just far enough away that he wasn't breaking the law or anything,
Jesus.
and just started staring. And like this was very much like objectively my shift wouldn't be the one he'd target, but it still was a case of like all of my loved ones I had to like tell like, hey, and I always kept an eye on where the emergency exits were.
It is horrifying to have to deal with something like that. It's not a situation you should have had to ever be in. Crap, there was something else about Curly I wanted to talk about. I mean, I guess I did already mention during the stream, the fact that he had more agency than anyone else on board and didn't use it, and then it got stolen from him, to the point where he didn't even have a voice.
No. He became Anya and Jimmy's baby.
Basically, functionally, yes.
Whose turn is it to feed the baby?
It's more depressing than I thought. Yeah, Badass, it's a very upsetting game, because part of what makes it so upsetting is that it is so real. Because we all know multiple Curlies. All of us.
Oh gosh, that sucks, Ace. Oh.
I was afraid to come. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. I'm glad that he actually took action, that your boss took action to do something about this. I'm sorry you had to deal with it at all. I can't remember what else I had wanted to talk about for Curly. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, toxic optimism and the inability to see beyond the surface level of the situation.
We can fix this.
We can fix this. We can fix this. You were gonna say that before I interrupted you?
Oh, I was gonna shift gears towards Swansea, but let's finish up Curly.
I can't think of what else I'd want to talk to about Curly about, because there was a great deal more to say, but that's what it was. So the other game by this company, House Fisher made,
yes,
that add-on that explicitly you get to hear from post-crash Curly. There is dialogue from post-crash Curly in the end of that game, and it talks about how Curly has been a captain for 10 years at this place. I don't know whether or not it's on the same ship, but it has been from Pony Express. And he talks about how he was the one who got Jimmy in the door. And he also talks about how he felt trapped on this job. Like he just started it for quick cash, and then he just sort of got stuck here, and before he knew it, a decade had passed. And I think it's called like The Next One and Then Another or something like that. And I should have dug up the dialogue so I could talk about it, but basically it goes over...
I should have.
I know. It goes over a little bit of Curly's actual feelings, and how he does blame himself for getting Jimmy aboard the ship, and he's just very bitter.
Like at one point I remember that he remembers recalling using the same pitch that Pony Express used on him to Jimmy.
Easy
like,
money.
The same Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, just adding on to that, he's such a yes man to the company now.
And it's kind of sad, because in some ways, yes, he's getting Jimmy a job, but he's also sort of almost happy to have someone to share in the situation, shared misery, because he's unhappy at the job. And yeah, there's a lot to be said here. Swansea.
There is a different kind of optimism with I won't say it's woobification with Swansea, just because I think that final speech, though made up in Jimmy's head, kind of lays it down that he's not a wooby. But there's hope that if Swansea was the one that knew about the pregnancy, that he would fix it.
That's.
I would like to. Yeah.
No, you're. Go ahead.
He's bitter and has a good heart, but he has an issue of when it came time to, like, we need supplies, we need to break into the cargo bay. He was the one guy who was like, no, I cannot have this on the record. I can't, they're going to fine us. He was very rules followy as well, just because he's been with this company for so long. Dory, you got a fluff in your mouth. Come here.
The kitty has appeared. Hi, Dory.
Hi, Dory.
So, I think it also, that line shows that he, despite coming across as a grumpy pessimist, the fact that he's even talking about being concerned about not being paid sort of shows that he is still clinging to some sort of hope, even if it's a quieter, more desperate way of clinging to it than some of the others.
Oh god, that's true.
Mr. Midnight is here too. Oh, hi, Mr. Midnight, little itty bitty kitty. So he's a little black kitten that Acer helped rescue and raise.
Aww.
He's a little cute little man. So Swansea is another character that really messes with me, like, emotionally, because as I know that I'm pretty sure that you and I have talked about before, Anne, my dad's an alcoholic and I grew up with that. And a lot of that self-loathing, a lot of that feeling unfulfilled even with a job and kids and a family, a lot of that gruffness and being unable to express positive emotions and getting sucked back into negative cycles, all of that hits incredibly close to home.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
There's... Go ahead.
Like, they were all losers, but Daisuke, Anya, and Swansea did not deserve this fate.
No, because none of them... So, circling back to what we talked about before, with how the fandom is like, if Swansea knew about this, he would have killed Jimmy or whatnot. Here's the thing. Swansea did know. Anya told him, like, 2 months after the crash. But he couldn't do anything at that point. Whether it was a matter of not wanting to rock the boat, they would have no one left to steer the ship, to pilot the ship, if they were able to get stuff back up and running. But you can tell, like, his attitude towards Jimmy post-crash is notably colder and more sarcastic and snarky than it ever is towards Curly pre-crash. And I will say, Curly, like, a lot of folks have said that Swansea is just as nasty to Anya as Jimmy is, and that's just fundamentally untrue. Something about Swansea is he is bitchy towards everybody. Like, he makes some inappropriate comments about
communism.
how fast Swansea relapsed when he saw the ingredients. That was a punch to the gut for me personally. Yeah, that messed with my brain and my heart. Because at this point, by opening that storage bay, they suddenly realized that Mouthwash is not supplies that can let them survive until stuff happens. So the hope they had that it might be something useful is dashed. Combine that with the fact that it is readily accessible alcohol, and their chances of dying, or their chances of getting rescued, are decreasing every single day. And combine that with the fact that they're going to die out here for Mouthwash.
And subpar Mouthwash, like, the fact that not, like, Pony Express is pretty explicitly, like, in the subtext in the game, like, pretty shitty like delivery system. Like there's a chance you'll lose your wares. No, keyboard. Oh, my precious bee.
No, is she walking on your keyboard?
She walked that keyboard. I love her.
Silly bean.
Anyway.
And when the cogs in the machine see what they are for, yeah, like it's that was the fact that Swansea has poured at least a decade of 5 to 10 years of his life into this company for something as mundane as mouthwash. I think that's part that he hit the despair event horizon and started spiraling. But he really didn't lose it entirely until, because he was still guarding the utility room. He still had some hope, if not for himself, then for at least Daisuke or someone else among the crew. After Daisuke died, after Anya's death, he didn't care anymore. He was legit gonna be happy to drink himself to death with Jimmy in the fucking cryopod. That is part of what lends credence to the theory that he never went after Jimmy with the fucking axe. That was just something that Jimmy made up.
I had never realized that until you told me about it just now on stream. It's like there's.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's not.
Just like.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh gosh, we're having a politeness off. Listen, it just. I had just been like, yeah, it's just a swan song of a fight. Why wouldn't he get in a rage? He's so angry. And then it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, at this point, the angry alcoholic is a stereotype. And grumpy Swansea does meet it in some ways, but that coming after him with an axe doesn't make any sense. It's possible that part of that still happened, but to me, it doesn't make sense. To me, it seems pretty clear that Jimmy is projecting this, just like he projects everything else. And there's a whole associations with swans, because swans are super protective over their babies. But if there's a baby swan that is sick or ill or injured, the parent swan will kill them to be done with their suffering faster.
Oh, I get it.
It was probably Jimmy's fear because he saw a swan with the axe earlier. You know, you're probably right, Acer. It was... Yeah. It's like... Yeah. And fundamentally, Jimmy is somebody who believes his own lies. But yeah, Swansea... I'm actually... in the middle of writing a fanfic where a time travel fix-it where the person who fixes it is fucking Swansea. And I'm not sure how the fix gonna go yet, but this game has given me a lot to think about regarding Swansea. So that's something I'm going to be delving into in the fic, but yeah, out of all of the characters in this cast, to me, Swansea is the most, in some ways, the most complicated and in many ways the most human. Because
did we share a post about like the theory that Swansea might be the creator's favorite just because of like all these little things, including having a personalized swan keychain? Like they didn't need to do that. They could have just made a key PNG. But they made the effort to make a swan thing. Like, there's reason to believe that he's the favorite.
He's the favorite of at least one or two of the devs. Absolutely, 100%. Acer says, yeah, I've seen this at the park. A bunch of people called the ranger because they saw the parent swans attacking the baby. Yeah.
No!
Yeah, unfortunately, that is something that happens. And so, despite the fact... One thing, a lot of folks think that Swansea hates his family, his wife, and his kids because he calls the kids useless. He also calls Daisuke useless. Useless doesn't necessarily mean that he hates them. Yeah, part of what I was trying to say earlier is that he's not specifically nasty to Anya. He does say some shit he should not have said about how she's incompetent, but he also says similar shit like that about Jimmy and about Daisuke. So he is equal opportunity asshole. Bird flu swept through our waterfowl population like 2 years ago. Oh, so was there an epidemic of like swans killing their babies? Yeah. I love Swansea as a character. He is deeply flawed, and I think he could have helped in a lot of ways. But I think he, at the end of the day, he was just a dude trying his best, and he saw the reality of the situation in a way that many of the other characters could not or were unwilling to.
So, I just remembered something, and I really hope. Hey, people of the stream, and Shira, hold this to me. Shake me to this, because I'm afraid that if I talk about it, it will satisfy the art part of my brain. That'll be like, I want to create this art, and then it'd be like, I don't need to create it anymore because I talked about it. So, don't let me fall to that trap.
I'll poke you.
Okay. So I kind of have a story. I don't know what medium I'll tell it in, but it's in the same vein of like holding a mirror to the sexism of society. In that, like, how Anya was trapped in a cargo ship with 4-to-1 ratio men to women.
Mm-hmm.
This is sort of in the similar vein as is with purity balls, if you guys know what that is.
Yeah, are those the ones where it's like the dad dancing with the girls, or?
Yeah, the worst father-daughter dance, which is really weird because I've had father-daughter dances that are not creepy, and it's just like, that really wasn't creepy, right? I'm not just like blanking out some creepy part.
Yeah,
just blocking
like,
out of my memory.
The purity shit, it's not something, I don't know if it's not a thing where I'm from in New England, but I've heard about it.
And I'm from the Northwest, and that's not a thing, but it is a thing in America, and it sucks.
Yeah, it seems to be sort of I've heard more about it in some parts of the South and in the Midwest, so I'm not really sure. But it is a weird and creepy thing.
And I thought of this story, and frankly put, it's a premise of, like, having the, like, purity ball happen at a creepy place, and having all the daughters gone and replaced by something, and having all the dads, like, cope in different ways, including protagonist dad. And it's like, my concern is, my intentions is this feminist reading, but because it's gonna be all dudes and how they treat their daughters, that, like, either people won't get it, or that it'll be seen as hypocritical because there's no women in the game, inherently so, because I would have them removed and need to be saved, and like, yeah, but also I want to hold a mirror.
Unfortunately, it is a fundamental truth that no matter what you put out in the world, not everybody is gonna get it the way you intend it. I would say give it your best shot. Like, I know that you're working on this in good faith, and I think this would sort of send a message that should be heard. I think it's an interesting concept, and I would love to see more about it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Fundy Fridays covers this. Acer sent a link. Nice.
Yeah, Fundy Fridays. That's why got the brains a turnin'. Love Fundy Fridays.
Yeah. But yeah, no, absolutely. If I can keep writing my first fanfic in several decades about fucking Swansea on this hell ship, then you can keep working at this new thing as well. We can hold each other accountable. So yeah, I'm not sure what else to talk to.
Fanfics.
Hi.
Hello.
This is a J.
This is a wild J.
This is a wild J.
Thank you for popping in.
I saw you two in voice chat.
We are on stream.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Honestly, I was expecting the call to just drop immediately.
A wild J appears. Pokemon battle music. But yeah, I'm sorry, Jay. I probably should have sent some kind of warning in the chat. But we're still live. We're talking about the themes of mouthwashing. We've talked about Curly. We've talked about Swansea. And I was thinking about who to move on to next. Do you think Daisuke or Anya would be more appropriate? Anne?
Who did you just finish talking about?
Oh,
Swansea.
In mouthwashing?
Daisuke.
Daisuke? Yeah.
we could finish this off with Anya.
I would like to finish it off with Anya because Jimmy should not get the last word. So let's talk about our sunshine boy.
Him being having no real call to life is such a fucking mood, if I may add.
Daisuke is one of the most relatable folks in the cast because of his lack of direction, because he is a young adult, and it's implied that he's in his early 20s max. This is somebody who... he didn't even want to be on the fucking ship. His mother found this internship for him and forced him to go on it. He was scared as hell. He did not want to leave the planet. He didn't want to go into space. But he put on a brave face in front of the others. And the only time we see this break is when he is slowly dying. And before that, when he's drunk out of his mind.
And just... everybody implies that he's got rich parents, but there's nothing confirming or denying it.
No, there's nothing about that in canon, and it's honestly just Jimmy's assumptions. And we already know how wrong 90% of Jimmy's assumptions are, because that motherfucker projects like a bastard. Daisuke... God, folks do like to reduce him to the Sunshine Boy, and that is largely part of who he wants us to see. Because he is a bright force of energy aboard the ship. He is hope. It is only when he is taken out... Go ahead.
I was just saying, someone has to be on the ship.
Absolutely. That's part of why Swansea is so nasty at times to Daisuke, I think, is so that once he's done this internship, he'll get the fuck off the ship and do something else, because he does not want Daisuke to get stuck in the same rut the rest of the crew is.
Gosh.
He's bright and innocent, and he is also a people pleaser to a literal fatal extent. Because he wants...
be a hero.
They're counting on you, Daisuke. He wants validation, he wants direction, he wants someone else to take... Oh, that was one thing I wanted to talk about with Curly. Curly was tired of being in control. So when Jimmy offered to take control of things, Curly just fucking let him do it.
Even for just a second, and that second was the worst second of his life.
Yeah.
For the rest of his unfortunate life.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing. We never know what's going to happen to Curly. We don't know if he'll get rescued. We don't know if... we actually don't even know if he survived the freezing because he doesn't have fucking skin.
Yeah, if I may speak my own heart, he's dead. He's dead. This
Almost
is a prolonged torture.
So this comes down to a also talking about Daisuke, it's a case of mercy. Well, Swansea's killing of Daisuke was a mercy kill because their nurse is dead, they have no painkillers left, they have no disinfectant left. Daisuke is going to... the implication here is that Daisuke's guts or something similar has been punctured. That is a slow and agonizing death. Swansea, who, despite all of his cynicism, is able to see the situation more clearly than a lot of other folks, knows that the kindest thing to do is to put the kid out of his misery, versus Jimmy's selfishness in prolonging Curly's life.
Sorry.
No, you're good. We can fix it. We can fix it. I can fix it. Yeah, eat my entire ass, Jimmy. So, yeah, Daisuke... So, in the Q&A, the devs gave everybody's favorite Pokemon, and Daisuke is not the brightest cookie. His favorite Pokemon is Wergarurumon.
That so hard.
People are like, but Swansea killed him, he didn't need to do that. Yeah, no, he did. Anyway, you were saying, Jay.
He did.
I was just saying, I don't know if you could hear the psychic damage I just took.
I know. So, yes. That's the thing, is Daisuke is well-meaning, relatively innocent, does his best, despite not being, like Swansea said, the brightest or the hardest working or the most ambitious, he still is a good kid trying his best, and it gets him killed.
Honestly, the more we talk about how he's not the brightest, I'm like low-key wondering if he has a learning disability of some kind.
That boy almost assuredly has ADHD or autism. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that boy is not neurotypical.
It's like
ADHD
not
golden retriever energy.
yeah. And just like not been diagnosed, so like if that got clocked before he left this planet, maybe that would have helped things.
In some way. I love the implications that him and Anya are relatively close. Like, they have really ferociously competitive board game nights. Like, I love that. That is so fucking cute. Fundamentally, Daisuke is not the most complex character out of the... Oh, do you have a CB?
No, just a little tripping hazard. It's okay.
Adori?
Adori.
Yeah. But yeah, Daisuke's not the most complex character, but he's also a fascinating character because in many ways he's the audience surrogate. He is young, he is innocent of the situation, he is arguably the only person who, aside from Anya, who has no blame whatsoever in the entire situation. He is implied to never have even known what happened to Anya. Yeah, he deserved better. And Swansea giving him the job of checking the kitchen, I think, was part of giving him a routine to keep the kids stable.
Oh yeah. It's like, hey, let's keep your brain all the way here. Do this one counting job.
Yeah, and and he's also not as oblivious as everyone thinks he is. Like, he is still relatively oblivious. He like doesn't pick up on a lot of things. But he also he puts on a happy face. He maintains the facade of sunshine, but as we see when he's drunk, he is not expecting them to get rescued. He's in that line about how he hopes his mother does not blame herself for forcing him onto this internship almost made me cry. Oh yeah, he loved the sweeteners. He's stealing, like, sneaking away packets of the sweeteners. Like, oh, baby boy. And he brought a little Game Boy. He brought his magazines. Like, this was somebody who is making the best out of a bad situation, and he deserves so much better. There's a reason he's the fan favorite. Yeah, I saw a video by, I forget what the name is of that channel, but they did a really incredible analysis of Daisuke and Swansea's relationship and each character individually, and it made me tear up some. Because in many ways, Daisuke is Swansea's surrogate kid in many ways, and I don't know, there's a lot to be said there. Like, it's good people trying their...
home from away from home.
Yeah, bad things still happen to good people. And Daisuke's a good example of that. Oh, I just remembered something. I keep fucking coming back to Curly, but in all fairness to me, Curly is a huge part of the game. He's the first person you see when you boot up the game. I was gonna say about the narrative, the ableist narrative, with people saying that there's a chunk of the fandom that keeps saying that his becoming disabled and being so injured is like that he deserved it, that he earned it, and that is horror as a genre already has a problem with a lot of ableism. This statement by part of the fandom I find insulting to a really incredible degree, because no one earns disabilities, and that is a fucked up thing to say, and I don't think people...
Your sin counter has reached high enough. Time to cut your legs off.
Yeah, no, that... it's deeply fucked.
Is that why I'm autistic?
oh no!
You earned it in a past life, Jay.
No!
But yeah, there's... Like I said, there's a lot of ableism in the horror genre as a whole. But how people have treated Curly in regards to his disability and his injuries is a really ugly side of humanity, I think. So,
Like I said, like making the comparison to Curly to as Jimmy and Anya's baby, like while it's great in the narrative, it does like saying it out loud as a full-grown man leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Like,
it's the infantilizing of anybody who has any kind of disability.
yeah. I just wanted to acknowledge that because
Yeah.
like the comparison I had made was like that I should make sure to clear the room.
No, I mean, I was taking you at good faith there. But yeah, if functionally, as far as the story goes, that is basically what happens. And yeah, so did we have... I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Acer. I feel bad babbling, but I also feel like it's important to talk about these kind of topics after a game like this. So anything further to be said on the subject of Daisuke?
I like hibiscus tea, and I didn't know that they were a pain to grow until you guys mentioned it. Thanks for the trivia.
So, what I didn't want to explicitly say is hibiscus flowers are infamous for dying extremely quickly.
It's symbolic.
This game is rife with symbolism. Like I said earlier,
It's got so many layers.
this is such a short game that fucking everything has meaning. This is the game equivalent of a Type 5.
I'm gonna be
honestly, yeah.
Go first.
Okay, so like, honestly, at least one of the boss fights could have been cut shorter. I think that it was a Type 5, but like one of the boss fights was a bit of could have been cut shorter.
The Swansea one, I think, could have been a little shorter, yeah.
That's the one I hear the most. Manly Badass Hero did a playthrough. That was the one that got like. That was the one, the boss fight that was like, we could have shortened this.
Yeah.
Didn't need that, but here we are.
Yeah.
But here we are. Anyway, so that's about it.
Yeah. You were gonna say though, Jay, before?
So in a move of pure ADHD, I forgot.
I forgot.
You forgot what?
All right.
Oh, you forgot what you were talking about. Okay. Sorry about that. So, as we have no other choice, because I don't want him to be the last choice of discussion, we gotta talk about the asshole. We gotta talk about Jimmy.
Suckiest man.
What really upsets...
got everything he deserved.
He deserved worse. He deserved to be, like... He
should have been the one in the cryo chamber.
I really feel like he... And I guess it comes back to saying that someone deserves to be in pain. That's not the truth. I don't think that anyone earns, like, disabilities like with Curly. But I do think that if anybody out of the cast who actions earned a slow and agonizing death, it was Jimmy. But yeah, he reminds me of Mom, where nothing is his fault and always explaining things in their own reality so they are right. 1000% Acer. I've seen him diagnosed as armchair psychology, of course, as a narcissist with possible psychopathy, and with both a inferiority complex and a hero complex, and I would say that seems pretty accurate.
My big hang-up is, like, people who are diagnosed as narcissists or people who are diagnosed as psychopaths are like, hey, I promise you, there is hope for you, this is not your fate.
See, yeah, that's not, I wasn't trying to say, I think that he might have stuff like this, but the difference being, every single one of Jimmy's actions is a conscious decision. He makes the decision to do what he does. There are plenty of psychopaths and some other folks out there who knowingly, like, they know they have these issues. Or not, like, inability to empathize with others or whatnot, and they choose to change their actions to treat folks better, even though it's not natural for them. They choose to alter their behavior because they choose to do the right thing. Jimmy chose to do the wrong thing every single chance he got. He loves playing the victim while always being in charge. The biggest thing is someone has to realize it. Absolutely, Acer. And yeah, you're saying his suicide was a coward's way out, but you don't think all suicides are like that. That's true.
Yeah.
So suicide is that's also a very sensitive topic to
Delicate.
me personally that I won't get into, but so suicide generally is somebody who feels like they have no other recourse, no other way out, and they're just desperate for the pain to stop. That wasn't the case with Jimmy. Jimmy chose to kill himself to avoid facing judgment and taking responsibility, because he does not understand what it means to take responsibility. He thinks he does. He doesn't, even a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know if I actually was heard, but
Yeah.
him taking responsibility would have been him taking care of Curly and then putting himself in the pod so that if maybe he was rescued, he would tell the truth.
Yeah. Taking responsibility would mean owning up to not crashing the ship, first off, and something that somebody pointed out was that Jimmy doesn't even talk about crashing the ship until a number of different factors happen. They learn that Anya's pregnant earlier that same day that he crashes the ship. He realizes he does not have access to the gun because it's been hidden, and he realizes that he does not have access to the axe because Swansea has it. So, because he cannot kill Anya directly to get rid of the problem as he sees it, he decides to take everyone down with him.
That's so true. I didn't even register that all the weapons had been taken away from him.
Yeah, that's why he decided to use the only weapon he had left, which was his access to the cockpit. Honestly, I fucking hate Jimmy as a person. But as a character, he is one of the best written examples of a villain that I have ever fucking seen.
Oh, yeah.
And at the start, when you control...
Respect the writing, hate the character.
Yeah, and at the start, when you control Jimmy, you have to go over each step. Starting the ship, getting the key to turn off the autopilot. It's not a quick choice. It's something... He makes a choice every day. Every choice he makes it deliberately. Also, another thing, the stuff he does... So, you remember how I said the left-hand seat is the pilot seat? The right-hand seat in a cockpit is the co-pilot seat. From that very first scene, the starting scene of the game has you... It's a subtle way of implying that Curly was the one who crashed the ship. And then that scene where Curly and Jimmy are talking in the cockpit. And it's Jimmy's idea of a subtle power move by taking the captain's seat. And by him using that seat and using that side of the cockpit to steer the ship into the asteroid, it's him making it so that even if they did get rescued, because there's records of this, they would have blamed Curly still, because the call was coming from inside the house, basically. So it was coming on that side of the cockpit, not the co-pilot side of the cockpit. So this... I don't know. I don't even know how to properly put things into words for Jimmy. I just hate him so fucking much. Because part of the problem is, we all know a Jimmy. I have one living downstairs right now. Who upon being confronted with the fact that his behavior was making me and my roommates extremely uncomfortable and feel unsafe, turned that back on us and said it was our fault for being sensitive and misinterpreting his actions. Nothing is his fault. And that's the same thing with Jimmy. till the very end, he refuses to take responsibility and admit that he did anything wrong. Sounds like any time I talk to my parents. That's fair, Acer. But yeah. And there's also the unending theme with eyes and being watched and being judged that Jimmy has going with him. Like, that whole thing, that time he's, you know, that the time where he's feeding Curly his painkillers before he beats him. That when he's talking about, like, how they look at me. Like, he's obsessed with how he comes across as others. And he's obsessed with getting the power and the prestige that he thinks Curly has. He is insanely jealous of Curly. But once he's given the responsibility and the power he wanted, he can't handle it, even a little bit. Oh yeah, also Curly being forced to watch because he doesn't have an eyeball. He can't close his eyes anymore. He has to watch every
eyelid.
Yep. He can't close his eyelid, yeah, because he doesn't have one. And also the fact that Curly watches almost every character die. Anya overdoses right next to him. From down the hallway, he sees Swansea swing the axe. The only person I think that he might not directly see die is Swansea. Because I think that was in a slightly different room.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of symbolic of the fact that, like, Curly was so... what's the word? Just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Curly does see Jimmy getting the gun and laughs. He knows he's gonna kill Swansea. Yeah, that is true. He knows because that is the desperate, like, disbelieving laughter of a man who realizes that that Anya was right all along. And that his actions, Curly's inaction and lack of action, has doomed the entire crew. But yeah, you're also right, Jay. It's...
Yeah.
We all know a Jimmy. And that's what makes the horror part of this game so horrible. Because it's real.
Mm-hmm.
There is no
Yes,
monster.
as long as we make sure that we're not a Curly.
Yeah. So the only monster aboard the ship is the one that boarded the ship with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Curly just sort of talked to people and was like, "Oh, it's all okay." Yeah, his reaction to Jimmy talking about that he's going to crash the ship is to walk away. His reaction to Anya telling him about the fact that she's pregnant and that it's the result of sexual assault is to say, "Oh, I gotta go talk to Jimmy."
To fawn and to freeze.
Mm-hmm. The reactions to that sort of stuff. So, there's a lot that could be said about Jimmy. I hate his guts and I don't want to talk about him anymore. He is he's an unreliable narrator. Almost there's very little that we see happen in the game that we can trust as a result. His perception of Anya and a lot of the other characters colors what we see until we realize that he's unreliable. Sort of reminds me of locker room talk is allowed, it permeates, and then suddenly a dude rapes his cousin or something, and how could this have happened? 1,000% Acer. It's like guys will be guys, this kind of mentality of people covering up for others because, oh, no, there's no way he did that, or it's just a joke. And it escalates because every time somebody does not confront someone about their shitty behavior, specifically people who think in this way, they take the lack of reaction as a approval, and it escalates. Just let it go. He's my friend. Just Jimmy being Jimmy. Absolutely, 100%. And it's Curly enabled Jimmy to become what he has become.
Mm-hmm.
And Jimmy got off way too fucking easy. Oh, part of what I wanted to say is how all the characters we see are from Jimmy's point of view, so we cannot trust that. Also, by this point in the game, Anya should have been showing. Her model should have had a baby bump. The fact that it doesn't tells you just how little Jimmy cares. He's not paying attention to any differences or changes with Anya, because he barely notices her at all.
Yep.
And then, I suppose we should talk about Anya. So, Anya, design-wise, has been confirmed as being directly inspired, visually and in some ways, some behavior-wise, by Shelley Duvall as her role as Wendy Torrance in The Shining.
Very good likeness.
Yeah, absolutely, and the behavior too. And part of the sad part about this is that Shelley was really mistreated on the set of The Shining and abused, and that just sort of permeates Anya's character. One of the saddest things to me about Anya is that we never get to see fully the person she was before the sexual assault. Because by the time we meet her, which technically the first time we meet her in the timeline is whatchamacallit,
just doing the psych eval.
With Curly, yes, that's the earliest in the point in the timeline we see Anya. By that point, she was already raped. We never get to see her as she was before this. And unfortunately, this means that as a character, she is defined by that trauma. Because we don't get the chance to see her before. Anya probably did a mercy killing too, because it's not like her breast milk was going to be decent with her diet and lack of food. Also, there is an implication that the food aboard the ship was not really safe to eat. So the odds are good that that baby, even if she had carried it to term and been able to give birth, that baby would have starved along with its mother, and probably she might have miscarried as it was. So I like what we get to see of Anya, little bits and pieces that indicate who she is outside of the timidness that she has to display around Jimmy as a way of tiptoeing around her abuser to not have him blow up at her. And
this friendly, competitive gal who's determined to become a nurse, even though she's failed at it 8 times.
Yeah, it's like the fact that she's still trying, the fact that she studies, the fact that she was able to keep Curly alive for months with incredibly inadequate medical supplies. Also, the fact that she was keeping the ship on track. She's the person who pushed Jimmy to do stuff that had to be done. Getting the medication, getting the scanner, all of that sort of thing. Whether or not he realizes it, Jimmy was following her instructions, and when she killed herself, the ship instantly fell apart. Oh, Icer says, one of the playthroughs was like, why is she acting so nice? I think she likes the attention, and I yelled at my screen. Yeah, no, fuck that. She's acting nice. She's on tiptoes around her abuser because she doesn't want to incite further violence. This is
the only thing that's like... yeah. Oh, sorry. Just the only thing that's like an intentional from the devs, just as a little tee-hee, like, it's a horror game, so we're gonna get you a little bit, is that, like, when you get the new painkillers, the basically Tylenol, and Anya's just teleports behind you and just does a little jump scare. But beyond that, it's like all, if you've like been around abuse victim, you would clock this.
1000%. Like, even before I was spoiled for stuff, in my first playthrough of this, alarm bells immediately started ringing. Especially once I realized how different she acts around Curly versus Jimmy. Because I like what little bits of Anya we get to know. It's not much, but her competitive at board games with Daisuke. Her woohoo and stuff her like slight teasing at the party. Her like gentle kindness and the psych eval with Curly. Like her saying
the pictures.
Like the pictures, the doodles she shares with Daisuke, the have fun with that when she hands that note from Swansea. I like the person we get to see bits and pieces of, and it's a tragedy that she doesn't get to that she doesn't get to move beyond some of her worst moments. But yeah, Anya deserved better, and the symbolism with the fucking dead pixel will kill me every time. Like, good lord. Good lord, was that so well done. That whole scene takes on an entirely different light later on your second playthrough. But yeah.
All of the speeches in this game, like, are so amazing. The dead pixel, Swansea's speech, Polly says, like, oh my god, all of the writing was so good.
It was really impressive. Like, obviously not flawless, there's probably bits and pieces of it that I'm missing or misunderstanding, but god is it impressive. Oh yeah, I wrote myself a note earlier to mention that regretting an action or an inaction does not diminish its harm or make up for it. And I think that is definitely a theme with this game. Also, Anya's suicide, I gotta say, is obviously it's a sad thing that she felt driven to it, but in many ways it is a reclaiming of her agency. It is, in some ways, a fucking triumph, because she's going out on her own terms.
It's the one choice that she was able to take for herself, which is a tragedy.
But it's still, yeah, there's... I don't know what more to say about Anya. She deserved better. She's a fascinating character who, despite the fact that I hate that this is yet another horror game that uses rape and abuse of female characters as a plot point, in this case it does not feel forced, and it does not feel... It's handled so much more tactfully and so much more respectively than I've ever seen in many a different horror game. Like, it is not shock value. It's a plot point.
It's danced around so beautifully that there's, like, they don't say the sentence.
It's not explicitly talked about, and that's
but you cannot deny it.
And that's part of why I think a lot of streamers, especially the people playing the game for the first time, miss what happened. Because there's subtlety, because there's layers, because there's nuance, because it is never explicitly said. And as I said at the very start of the stream, we have become so accustomed to our media holding our hand and leading us through what stuff means. That when that doesn't happen, folks don't look beyond the surface level. I'm unsure if that worked. How do they think Baby was made? Yeah,
The quote that was shared was, you can't keep doing shitty things and then feel bad about yourself, like that makes it okay. You need to be better.
Yeah. Also, like that line at the very start of the game, where Jimmy is being so nasty to Anya and says, people have to be worthy of their titles, don't you think, Nurse Anya? And it's so fucking ironic, considering that he's calling himself captain. And is the shittiest captain that the ship has ever had. Yeah, badass. I, at least, had some stuff to talk about this game. So, yeah. There's a lot to say about, various themes in this game. How the company and Jimmy are the two main villains, but Curly enables them both. Capitalism is a bad... Capitalism taking beyond the boundaries of sensibility is a bad thing. Getting stuck in a rut happens to everybody. People can feel trapped all the time by societal expectations. You see that with literally every character. With Daisuke being forced into this stuff because his mom expects him to do something with his life. With Swansea, who, despite following all the correct steps, having a job and kids and stuff, feels unfulfilled. Curly, who, despite the fact that he's doing really well as a pilot, feels trapped. Jimmy, who... I don't know. Jimmy's obsessed with how others perceive him, to the point where he projects his feelings onto others, because he wants to control them. He wants their brains to make sense, and and then of course Anya being trapped by societal expectations for women, and her inability to get enough money. That might be part of it. That might be part of why she didn't get into med school. This game does teach a lot of stuff if thought about deeply, and that's the problem with a lot of folks not thinking about it deeply. This is not a game that you can only see surface level, because you miss 90% of it. It is a iceberg of a game. So, and our worst moments don't make us monsters, but the inability to take responsibility does. And to admit our faults.
Hopefully, whoever needs to see this later on, because this will be a VOD, look out for it. This will be a drop in the ocean that's a ripple to help encourage people to think more.
Yeah, this game does. If nothing else, I hope that this is the sort of game that makes people think about how they interact with others, and to think beyond the surface level, in media and in real life. Don't be Curly, and fucking definitely don't be Jimmy. But okay, was there anything else any of us want to talk about? Be Polly! Yes, turn into a monster and chomp your rapist, yes. Life goals right there.
Duly noted.
Life goals. Be Polly!
God, body standards are so wild these days.
Another unachievable...
You might not like this.
Go ahead.
You may not like this, but this is the male standard now.
This is the ideal of male beauty. What I was gonna say is, like, another unattainable, looking at Polly, another unattainable goal for women.
Imitate.
Snake monster horse for the win. But yeah, is there anything else anybody wanted to talk about before I let y'all go today?
I don't have an online presence, so I can't, like, plug.
I walked in here on accident.
Well, that's understandable. So, this upcoming Wednesday, I'll probably be doing Borderlands with the guys again. I'm gonna send y'all over to Twilight Deku, who is doing some Zelda stuff with Kit on the other stream, but I know this is way outside my normal content, but sometimes when something like this, when a piece of media like this reverberates through you like a struck bell, you gotta sing.
Aww.
So, thank you everybody for popping by with this tonight. I hope it wasn't too crazy upsetting for everybody. Thank you for taking the time to listen if folks are still here. That means a lot to me. And I hope I didn't upset anybody. I hope that the content warnings were enough. But yeah, we're gonna go bother Deku. But thank you for being here. Thank you for talking. Thank you for listening. And take care. And thank you, Anne, for joining me, and Jay for giving your 2 cents as well. But yeah, take care. Stay safe. And until we talk again, have a good one.
Bye.